you have to turn into bus lanes to like make a right or left turn on the streets.
Alright, just started the
It's
stream.
like,
Just giving you a heads up.
no, that's like a terrible idea. Also, again, the MTA has all these like boisterous plans. I don't know, raise the money on the backs of someone else and not drivers. Just saying.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours
Yeah, I don't know.
Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Dear Mario. Yours truly.
Peach slid into his DMs.
I wonder why they use two, I guess because I don't know grammar, but she uses two hyphens in the letter. I wonder why. Like before her name.
Oh, they probably thought it looked cool or something. Mario.
Is there a door in the water just now?
Yeah. You have to lower the water level to access it. It goes to
I
the
don't think I've
basement.
ever noticed that in the intro.
Yeah.
You should.
It's one of those things that when you run around and explore, you see that there's like hidden areas, like the cannon has like a cover over it, so you can't go in that. The moat has a door under the water, and there's another grate that you can't pass through. Once you get to the basement, you can get to a spot where you can lower the water and drain it. And then there's a secret course where the water used to be. The vantage cap. Now, why would they build a door underwater?
Poor planning on their part.
Also, the thousands of pounds of pressure the water would put on the door would like blast it out so quickly.
Oh, yeah. I'll be right back. I have to progress the story
Yep.
for a second.
Okay, I'm having the same issues on my end. I've been meaning to play this game eventually. I mean, I have it on the 64 through the EverDrive. I have it through NSO, but I'm thinking of just playing the 3D R-Styled version with the quality of life improvements. Eventually.
The camera's gonna be a problem for you, even more, because everything's inverted.
Oh, is it on that one?
Yeah. Try to play it on the original if you can. At least the buttons will make a lot more sense using the original controller. Playing N64 using a Switch controls is very tough.
Why I don't play anything on NSO. Literally, that's the only reason I didn't replay like Ocarina on it, because I would love like natively supported save states. But,
unless yeah, unless you had maybe like the official Switch
Fuck them for that.
N64
Fuck
controller.
them for that.
I know, but yeah, and like unless you got it somehow, like there'd be no point to even trying.
Every
to
emulator should have should have built-in button mapping. Period. The end.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, you want left stick to be the main stick?
The fact that
right
they
stick
don't
to be
is
the main stick, fine. Like, it should just be baked into the emulator, so whatever game you launch on that specific emulator, it corresponds to it.
It's really no excuse. It's such a shame.
I know Nintendo has their official N64 controller. I think 8-bit do release something for the Switch that lets you do it, but then again, it's like, oh, I have to buy another fucking controller. It's like one
for just N64
Right.
games. It doesn't make sense to do that.
No, it doesn't.
If you somehow manage to get it for cheap somewhere, then yeah.
They're sold out constantly. I think I've sent you guys a link in case Steve's wanted
Yeah.
it. They sell it immediately. I just refuse to buy one.
Yeah, it's not worth
Because
it
I'm
at
just
all.
like, I'm not paying $50 to be able to play a game for a service I'm like already paying for. It's, to me, that's ass.
The buttons should just be remappable, end of story.
Which is weird because you can remap buttons on the main system, so it's like, you know.
Yeah, there's workarounds, but you don't want to fuck with
I mean,
that.
that's what I did for Perfect Dark, and it works well, but it's like also it's just frustrating. Like the button
Yeah.
mapping in 007 sucks, which that was a game I would have loved to like play online at the height of it.
I know.
So, Ocarina, obviously, you know the story with that. Now, that arrow pointing that way, is that actually giving you a hint to go that way if you were playing the game, like, naturally?
Yeah, if you climb to the top of the tower, you'll see the floating islands, and then the coins are kind of pointing you there. That's probably the red coin on the island is probably going to be the one that most players will have trouble finding. It's like the most out of the way.
Your stream looks good on my television.
Good.
I think I'm behind though. It's like 440.
Yeah, like 7-8 seconds behind. Twitch was like 20 seconds sometimes, right? It was like double.
Yeah, sometimes it's like really bad.
It's really bad. Oh
We're
god.
almost at the, I cannot believe we're almost at the end of June.
Right. It's all... It's just going really fast.
Yeah, that's why I want to try to spend as much time on the beach this year as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Mario,
Yeah, man.
please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
So glad I don't go back to the office until Tuesday. Basically, a week away from the office. It feels really good.
Oh, wow, come. Is it?
Yeah,
I was
I
asking
hear
how
you.
come.
Oh, I took Monday off as like a personal day because they were my personal days were going to expire on June 30th, and I haven't been using them, so just using my pay time off.
In my last job, I accumulated so much they had to pay me out. But I knew already that they just kind of pay you them, like if you were to leave. So I was like, okay. And it ended up being like 108 hours worth of like over the course of a year. I don't think I took any of those.
I'm approaching that now. I have like 80 something hours.
And then this job, you don't have. It's the reverse. I don't really have any. Like I just whenever the hell I take off, I'm allowed to take off. I just took another 2 days off in August. But I never get denied just because I'm so responsible with it. Like I ask for it months in advance. I make sure nothing.
Yeah, they don't want people to abuse
I
it.
make sure nothing's on the like. There could be stuff on the calendar, but it's not a trial. Like it won't be anything serious for the most part. I have fucked up once or twice, but they understand why it happened, if that makes sense. So yeah, I mean I like it better that way. Plus it's one of those things where it's like I have a concert next week in the city. I just fucking like leave whenever my work is done so I can like go make it, you know. Which I'm not looking forward to because I haven't experienced the heat wave outside of this area, which has a nice ocean breeze. I don't want to know how hot the city is right now in the middle of the day. I can't imagine.
Oh, it's hot. It'd be hot. Whew. I'm feeling it right now, man. It's getting to me.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Yeah, tonight, thankfully, there's a good breeze, but I'm hitting that point where it's like I'm gonna start using my AC. Both of them, actually. The bedroom is worse. So we have Bob, Piss, Wells Fargo, I'm looking at like the acronyms you.
Wells
I'm
Fargo.
looking at the acronyms you use for each stage, for each segment.
Oh yeah.
So WS is like Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo is still Whomps Fortress. I like when acronyms actually kind of like spell out something.
Right. I'm looking at like TOT and I'm like Tiers of the Workers' Comp because WC in caps anytime I type it means that when I'm talking to anybody. Just as terrible.
The last level is bits. Which is funny.
How many bits? 32 bits? 64 bits? I remember the nerd going on like a rant. Oh, by the way, just because that no signal thing tipped me off, I was reading some shit lately about like the new Elgato capture cards are like ass supposedly quality wise.
Oh, that new one that they came
Yeah.
out with, the Neo. It was marketed as a more budget-friendly version, like more affordable, and has just less gamer features, but just gets the job done. I was pretty interested in it, but you're saying it's no good.
I've just been hearing negative things about like the new Elgato lines in general, but like, I mean, and people moving to like Avermedia a little bit. I don't know. It's one of those
Right.
things where, I guess it depends. Like for me, I don't care as long as it A can support the inputs I need and B just work. The gamer stuff, at this point we can fuck around so much software. It's become user friendly, you know.
I know, OBS makes all of that obsolete. You really don't need all those extra features.
Right.
I am back.
Cool.
Welcome back. But like, I don't know. What's wrong with your capture card now? Angela.
One
Yeah.
sec. What were
I
you
was
saying?
saying, what's wrong with your capture card now that you're looking to replace it?
Nothing. Nothing really. It's just that like, it's because I'm using the RetroTink. When I reset my console, it like loses signal, so then the Elgato loses signal. It's not really the Elgato's fault.
Right, but that's only for like a second though.
Yeah.
I still want a retro.
The RetroTink that I have is not the 5X
2X, right?
version. Yeah, it's a 2X. It's not the 5X Pro. So anytime games change resolution or they lose signal, I'll have like a dropout. My monitor will go black.
Right. I was looking at the.
But it's a
I was
limitation.
looking at the RetroTink 4K again. It's still so expensive.
Yeah, I know,
Ideally,
it's-
that's what I would plug all my legacy stuff into, though, into this TV.
It's weird. Remember the days of the FrameMeister? Like, we went from only having this super expensive option to like stream games or to record gameplay accurately, and everybody was just priced out of this option. So RetroTink comes out and it's like, oh no, this doesn't need to be expensive. It can be pretty affordable. And now it's just turned right back into being really expensive.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we'll give you this 4K option, but so it works better on modern TVs, but it's gonna be $750.
Yeah, it's unattainable
Like,
for
bro,
most gamers.
That's a lot of money. Is that coming from your end, Steven?
What?
I don't know how to explain it. It's like I guess like an echo or like a fan.
A fan? I mean,
Unless it's
Oh,
my headphones.
I think the fan I have is pointing at my mic. I'm gonna try to reposition
Well, now
it.
it's fine.
Is
Now
it
I don't
better
hear
now?
anything at all.
Yeah, my fucking fan's blowing into my headset,
That's fine.
which means I gotta point the fan further
Oh,
away.
no.
Just be comfortable. It's whatever.
I'm dying.
yeah.
I hate summer just for that reason. Like when I do streams, it's like more complicated. I hate having noise in my room, especially when I'm like playing Apex or something. I need to hear, but I hear like the whirring of the fan, and it's like annoying as fuck. Maybe I should invest in like closed headphones that will just lock out outside
Do you have an
noise.
air conditioning unit in your?
Not in the PC
okay.
room.
You could
no.
probably just get one somewhere. They're
They're
cheap.
cheap now, man.
Yeah, but even that's gonna make noise.
I guess, but I mean, if it's a comfort thing, if you spend all the time in that room, I would do it myself. And for that room, you're
Yeah.
gonna spend like 100 to 150. That's it to cool a room that size, maybe even less. If it's
Or
just a window sleeve.
get
I
one
know.
from Facebook Marketplace. There, I got mine there, and it was like $50.
Or like, I don't know, find one that someone just like threw out in front of their house or something.
I wouldn't do that, but
Yeah, I know. I get like a nicer one.
If yeah, you have options.
I gotta put it in my window and hopefully not drop it so it falls on my car.
Well, that's
I
why
might have to park my car somewhere else just in
that's why you
case.
put a support bracket under it. So that doesn't happen.
Support bracket.
They were
Who
actually
needs that?
required in my old apartment building. Because these ones we can't put anything in the
Yeah.
window, we have to use the sleeves, which is fine. But in my
Yeah.
older, in my last building, you if you put them in the window, you have to put a specific middle support bracket.
yeah.
I might get the one with the sleeve, to be honest. To just have the unit on the floor.
Oh, you mean?
I hate putting shit in the
I
window.
mean, so those will be more expensive, just as a heads up. That was the one Ryan was trying to get, and we had the whole back and forth at his birthday about it.
Yeah.
I've done it though. Like they're
the one
simple
that-
to put together.
The one that I got is that U-shaped one, which is like so awesome. It's super quiet, and it like, all the bulk of the air conditioning is outside. It's
Right.
cool. And I spotted it on Facebook Marketplace. It was brand new, so I think people are getting rid of them at all times. You just have to look for it. But I would say like check it out there. You can just peruse it.
Yeah.
Because I got like a $300 air conditioning that was basically new. It was basically new for like $50, I think. So it's okay. Facebook, the cause of and solution to all of those problems.
Except retro games.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is so wizard,
There
Annie.
was a guy, you know those stupid dudes that like interview like different people on the street randomly, like they'll encounter a couple and then they'll be like, "Are you guys okay with like sleeping with other people?" and all other like dumbass questions that they ask.
Just TikTok people, yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it sounds like total nonsense.
And
I try to avoid
a
watching
viral meme. Well, yeah, I don't have TikTok, but even then, like it creeps into my life. But like the new viral meme is a girl explaining like the move she uses to like keep men or whatever. She's using onomatopoeia and describing like a blowjob, and it's just like I'm in love, basically. It is so ratchet, but
What?
it's hysterical.
Alright, got
You guys
some.
can't hear my fan, can you?
No. I can.
Yeah, that would have just popped on.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. Fuck. I've been really happy the past couple of days with my minimalist phone launcher. I've been spending so much less time on
That's
Instagram.
awesome. I'm not helpful. I was gonna say earlier, I'm like mad because my YouTube algorithm is fucked up because I, obviously watched the Nintendo Direct on YouTube, and now
yeah.
all this fucking clickbait crap is being recommended. Like,
Is that why
That
you
was
put that about Kid and Krista?
yeah, exactly. That's how I got shit in Krista is it was like, that was the best Nintendo Direct ever reaction, or like, why this was the Direct that saved Nintendo, and like the worst stupid clickbait.
The cuck
And
faces that they make.
the cuck face.
Oh my god, the YouTuber face. Their mouths wide open, just shocked expression. They're always surprised. These
So,
people are just always shocked all the time.
I mean, I could easily say the last 5 years if that's been nothing on YouTube. When did this start, though?
It started a long time
Oh, like
ago,
10 years
yeah.
ago. Yeah, a long time ago, unfortunately.
I
I remember, like, a while ago that started coming up. I think, like, the first, like, vloggers on YouTube, like, late 2000s, early 2010s. It was, like, that era.
Yeah.
Again, when, like Steve always mentions, when they changed the rules about thumbnails, that's when it started. Once you were just allowed to put whatever Photoshop bullshit as your thumbnail to make it as eye-catching as possible, then people just start gaming the system.
Exactly. And now you have Kid and Krista on there, cashing in with pathetic little clout they have.
You called her a cum guzzler. Oh my god. Based.
It's just, they're very cringe. I mean, they were cringe when they were like employed by Nintendo, and somehow they're even more cringe.
They continue to be
Somehow
cringe.
Palpatine survived. They're not my favorite.
I could tell.
They bother me a lot, in fact. They had the so I have to like go back and probably delete videos from my search or watch history to prevent more clickbait from appearing. It's sad that that's what I have to do. I was actually telling people from work about it. We were talking about how YouTube obviously has changed, and you know, I forgot. They were talking about how there was like a big conference between a lot of big social platforms, and they announced that they are all banding together to create some sort of like unified profile that just unites all social media accounts for a person together. So like, yes,
No.
I know. So
Oh my
so
god.
everything you watch on YouTube gets recommended on Facebook and elsewhere, and it's like this one giant account. Everything like listens to it.
That's
It's
so dystopian.
evil.
Just
I
like
know. Everyone was just like, oh wow.
all the companies will have an easier time selling shit to you if you had just had your main human
Yeah.
account that can be accessed by companies
I
all
know.
the time.
And so, you know, I was there with like my boss and my boss's boss, and like everyone was just like, "Oh wow, interesting." And I was just like, I was meanwhile full Pepe Sylvia,
Screaming
externally. I was like, I was Pepe Sylvia. I was like, "You guys realize like how horrible that is?" And they were laughing because I mean they agree. They're not like idiots, but it was funny because I was just like fully like, "Wow, this is exactly what you said, Sophia." And I was like, "This is horrible. This is awful. This is a ruination." Yeah. So
Can we talk about the mail? I've been dying to talk about the mail.
Pepe Sylvia. Oh god. But yeah, it was. I mean, I don't think there's any movement on that yet, but you know, these companies just want that so bad. They just want to further advertise to you and just like exploit everything about you and what you're interested in to give you more bullshit.
Yeah.
But I try to. I think you know what the solution is. I was reading a Reddit thread today too about some guy who hacked the entire internet in North Korea because it's like so jank, and like the guy obviously really is familiar with what he's doing.
What did he do to the internet?
He made it go down for the entire country for a week.
Oh,
Yeah,
base.
and like, you know, you certainly open yourself up to apparently it was a retaliation. They had done something to him. They had like attacked him. They did some cyber attack against him, and he's like, "Oh yeah," and then made the entire internet for the entire country go down for a week. And he was saying like, you know, he was worried that the U.S. would be like, um, you know, angry with him, but it actually they weren't. Apparently, they were like, "Here's a challenge token for you." Like basically, like, you know, they want to employ someone like that, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Um,
Yeah. The government does that sometimes. They'll find hackers and put them to
Exactly.
work
Yeah.
rather than
Which is
prosecuting
what
them.
Nintendo should do. With a lot of them.
You're right.
yeah,
Hire this fucking talent that actually has a passion for it.
Right.
You're fucking free. And did a better job. Same. Oh yeah, speaking of, I shared a meme and I put a meme in the chat. It's an old meme. It's not actually not a new one, but people have been dying for MVC for so long that it's like seen a resurgence again since yesterday.
what dying for what?
Marvel vs. Capcom again.
Oh,
They
oh.
like come back, so like that meme has made like a resurgence. It's pretty old.
Oh,
And I've just been seeing it everywhere again. I'm like, yes, Marvel's back, maybe.
oh, I just sorry. I just want to finish. I forgot to finish my thought on that. Basically, you know, if in this age of like cyber attacks and this and that, you know what you could always do? Shut off the fucking computer, or like go do something else, or like don't do anything online as much as you can. Just turn it all off. Stop it down. That's what you mean. So I'm with you there, Angelo. Just shut it down. You know?
Eventually, there's just gonna be like an account that will be created when you're born, and it'll be like tied to your social security number.
Yeah.
So all of your online activity is just tied to like you. It can be just accessed at any time by any company whenever
Yeah.
they want.
Yeah.
Like China's like social credit points, where the fuck they
Right.
have.
Well, they already have kind of that idea because, you know, you're seen as soon as you're born, like on, you know, parents post like baby pictures and stuff.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, your digital
yeah, your
timeline.
digital footprint, it's out there. Ah well. I'm into getting away from Facebook and all that other shit.
I do want to buy the Meta Quest 3 though,
Oh yeah.
but I don't want to support Zuckerberg.
You're into VR?
I want to get into VR
I know you
soon.
had fun with it over here when you played.
Yeah, I'm very interested in getting a VR set.
Why would you get like an HTC?
500 is about the most I want to spend,
so-
and it looks like the Meta Quest 3 is about kind of fits the
Right.
bill.
The Vive is like the best one in my opinion, but it's very expensive. It's like twice that.
Right.
Yeah, you just have to obviously do the Facebook account shit, and they have their own store. Because I've set them up for friends. They're cool, but you are definitely locked into that ecosystem.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I like that you can download content and then play it untethered to, you know, a computer. But if you wanted to play a game and needed more horsepower, it does connect to a PC via like USB-C cable, and you can access like better content. So that's cool. I would like to play it like in an open space, and not in my computer room.
Yeah.
I was talking to my friend from Micro Center. He's very much into that. He built a whole like racing sim, so he has like pedals, shifter, the steering wheel, the whole 9 yards, and he has like a flight sim station as well. So he's very into like air combat games and VR
It's
stuff.
fun. I've always wanted to play. I was playing. I think I told Steve or both of you. I was playing Star Wars Squadrons in VR, and it's fun. If you don't get motion sickness, it's fun on PSVR. I played an ass ton of Elite Dangerous on my PC, and I know I've seen people with like VR head like setups for that, and it's insane. It's like navigating the Milky Way like that. It's just nuts to me. I've always wanted to have like a complete like HOTAS flight stick setup with VR or like. You remember that video I sent you of like the guys who had to completely like set up like tank setup for World of Tanks? They were like
Yeah.
like mock like loading the cannon and everything. It was like great.
That's a little over the top, but I mean, yeah, having some more immersive experiences would be cool.
Right. It's niche though. It's like when Dan and I went to the thing in Connecticut, they had complete driving sim set up with hydraulics. It was like
Oh my
really
God.
cool. So you could rally race. It was really nice.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Yep, it'd be cool, but again, I don't want to fund Zuckerberg. Give him $500.
Chilling race.
Because as you know, when you buy a product, it goes directly to the CEO.
Yeah.
I remember the really early VR stuff was pretty janky looking, but I always found it interesting.
Yeah.
I like watching videos of people like falling and hurting themselves while they're in VR.
Oh, I know. I never tire of the.
They just jump into like a dresser.
Yeah, it's a lot of old people who are just like plunk down, like basically face prone. You know, it's the one where they're walking off of a cliff. It's always that. I love it.
I forget. I think we were talking about it at my birthday, where it was like, you know, again those dumb interviews with people like randomly on the street, and it's like, hey, would you vacation here? And it's just like literally a nice snapshot of Halo, or something.
Oh yeah.
Where people
Oh, that's
don't know it's a
different
video game.
Yeah.
You should picture the Mushroom Kingdom.
Would you vacation here?
Okay.
Bingo time. I always fuck this up. God damn it.
It's me, Mario.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
I was playing
Yours truly,
Apex a couple of nights ago,
Peach.
and I've gotten to like gold rank now, and it's starting to get extremely oppressive. Just encountering like an enemy team and just getting annihilated in like 2
I had
seconds.
the same problem.
Starting to get really
I
good.
was on it.
I think I'm probably gonna be.
What were you
What were
saying?
you saying? I'm probably gonna be stuck in gold for a while. I don't know if I can get past this level. But I played a game and we were like on the ropes the entire time. I think the first fight we had, I died and like one of my teammates barely like got out just in time. Ran around the map, found a respawn point, got us respawned, and I think another person died. And then we had to run around again and revive him again. We were just like on the ropes the entire game. We were just struggling. Haven't even like killed anybody. We get to like
Come to the castle.
somehow we all get revived again, and it's like almost like the last couple of rings, and we just somehow like we just clutch a couple of fights in a row, and we just like get great gear. And we just somehow like pulled it together, and we got down to like the last squad. There were 2 people left out of 3. We killed one of them, and we just like played it so carefully. We're just going back and forth for a while, like dealing so much damage on both sides, and then eventually we just won. I was like, oh my god, the stress that left my body was so profound because it was such a struggle. We worked so hard for that, and I love those games where you're just like losing for like 90% of it, and then you just somehow win at the end. Absolute clutch
I
moment.
love that.
I love like underdog moments.
Much. I was just gonna say I was doing the same thing like the other day, and playing with randoms is very frustrating.
Oh yeah, especially like pubs, you're gonna have people just out doing their own thing and not playing as a team.
Yeah.
There are certain characters like Wraith especially. There's a little bit in truth of the fact that like the character you select says a lot about you as a person. There's like a lot of truth in it. The people who pick Wraith, who's this like skirmish character that can like teleport away whenever they want, they're like kind of like hit and run. They're very tiny character as well. They're like hard to shoot at. This is like the character that people choose when they want to just be on their own. Like the solo guy is always a fucking Wraith. Because whenever they get into a fight and they realize they can't win, they just teleport away and they just live to fight
You
another
told
day.
me about that.
No, yeah, no other character can do that. But it's like abused so much. So every time you have like Wraith as a teammate, I'm just like constantly worried. I'm like, is this guy just gonna like go lone wolf on us and just abandon us at the first opportunity?
Yeah.
Probably. This stereotype is so true. It happens so often. They've been trying to nerf that character since the game launched. They can't figure out how to make that character weak. It's still like the meta, even after all of these years. The character's abilities are just so good. All their attempts to nerf the character just haven't worked. I think it's still like the most played character and the character involved in the most wins. Because they can look at data, they can see, like the devs can see like what are the most used guns, what guns result in the most kills, what team composition has been the most successful.
Right.
Things
they
like that.
They do that to balance the game, which is
Yeah, they try to balance the game based on that. Like if they're like, oh my god, like our entire population of players are only picking like 6 of the 12 characters, that means the other 6 are like really bad. We have to like figure out how to make them like better. It's like a balancing act.
Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Inevitably, in every game, somebody was talking about this, I don't know if we were, but people will like use the meta to like remove the fun from a game so quickly. No matter what you do as a game dev, if you try to like give the players like a ton of options for doing a task, somebody will like go on YouTube and show you the most optimal way to do it, and then everyone will watch it and do it that way and just ignore all the other options that are given to you. And it does ruin the game
that
a
was a
bit
problem
when
with
you think about
StarCraft for a
it.
while. There was just like these very specific metas down to the second of the build types, and it's just like the game's not fun at that point.
Right. Yeah, it's like you have this whole arsenal of tools, but like none of them are optimal. You know, it's only this very specific build that's optimal. You have like an RPG with like a million branching paths for abilities to learn, right?
There's an optimal
But if
build.
you look online, you see the best combination, so you just do that instead. Because why bother? Why mess up your game by learning useless abilities that aren't gonna help you?
I mean, I'm guilty of that too. I look up,
Or they'll help you, but you know they're not optimal.
I was just gonna say I'm guilty of that too because I've looked at build guides for JRPGs all the time, especially classic ones. Golden Sun.
Well, they get complicated.
Golden Sun is very complicated.
That happened to me in Tales of Symphonia. Like, if you like, you know, you have a choice to make between these two abilities. You go with one, and it turns out to be like kind of bad.
Oh yeah.
You know, you makes you want to like just reload a save and go back and do it again.
I just realized that bridge has stars on the side.
You
of
waste
it. I never knew
time.
that before.
Oh yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
There's like stars embedded into a lot of architecture. It's kind of the theme.
If you guys ever go to Nintendo World, it's built into the architecture there.
Yeah, I imagine.
That place was fun. It's just so mobbed, so mobbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to experience
Like,
it on a
We,
less modded day.
we went on a weekday. We paid extra to get there early because they'll let you in early if you pay more money. So we had the early bird passes, and we still couldn't like get to like Peach's Cat. Like Peach's Cafe was like booked for the entire day by like 8 a.m. or 7:45.
That's so
Like,
insane.
the entire day, so you couldn't sample it. It was insane.
It's not cheap either,
No,
right?
it's
Like, I
not.
mean, you do have to pay a pretty penny, and it's still,
Well,
it's
'cause
mobbed. People will
There's, if
spend
I
for
remember
that.
correctly, we had to pay our tickets to Universal and then separately as well. So
There's so much demand
oh yeah, no, it was
for an experience
it
like
was
that.
crazy. I'm just whenever the hell they open up a Zelda section of that park, it's gonna be nuts. The Donkey Kong section alone.
Yeah.
God damn it.
But it's cool. I think I was sending you guys. Yeah, I was sending you guys pictures. It's there's like
Yeah, we saw some
there's like
stuff.
hidden Pikmin and shit everywhere. It was so cute.
Adorable.
Plus, like
Yeah.
obviously all the helpers there are like in overalls and Mario outfits and shit like that.
Yeah.
While Disney is crumbling, Nintendo's like getting back to what makes theme parks so great.
Making theme parks great again.
They are.
So, legitimate question: what would be if you could assume what his favorite console would be? What do you think Trump's favorite console would be? What console speaks to
I don't
him?
know, probably be like PlayStation. I feel like he's a PlayStation guy.
So, like PlayStation 1?
I don't know.
I feel like he'd like the Sega Genesis.
Bro.
Yeah, maybe. It's edgy enough. Sega Genesis, 32 bits, the best bits.
Or Xbox, since he's pro America.
Just playing COD.
America
Have you ever
first.
seen those COD videos of like him playing with
Oh
Obama
yeah.
Yeah.
and Biden?
I miss those days. Early COVID, we were just listening to AI Discord calls between the presidents.
Good times.
It was a better time.
The presidents rank all the Zelda games.
I love driving. There's like nobody on the roads. It's great.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good
The
and
only thing I
bad.
missed out on was the remote work stuff. Other than that, it was great.
I don't miss people acting like rabid animals
People still act
outside
like ramen. Angelo,
regarding like mask mandates.
bro, I saw these fucking assholes with moms, mind you, right there in the same group, jumping on cars and humping them, and taking video. I don't know if it's a
Yeah.
TikTok trend right now. Like just outside my window, I'm like, what the fuck are like? Why are people such savages?
Wait, just
Yeah,
now?
it was today. In the middle of the afternoon.
Oh, we're talking about COVID. I don't know.
Oh.
I got confused.
Oh.
We're talking about COVID
Oh, you're
times.
talking about acting like idiots during COVID?
Yeah, like remember people who would like go in a grocery store without a mask, and then they would be told to wear a mask, and then they would just become a savage
Yeah.
animal and just fight everybody.
I had that problem at my work, actually, at the time. I mean, COVID came, COVID went, for the most part.
Regardless of how you felt about wearing a mask, it's like you can't wear it for like 5 minutes, do your groceries. Like you have to fight everyone and make a scene. I just don't like people who make a scene over nothing.
It
Like
just really
Because it's a
highlighted.
mentality where
establishment-
It's all about me. That's
Yeah,
it's all about me, freedom. Like the establishment makes the rules. If you don't like the rules, then you don't have to
It
go there.
highlighted
Again, regardless if you like masks or not.
people's proclivity towards getting attention.
I mean, I wore them at locations. I immediately took them off outside, though. I was like, this is retarded outside. I was like,
Right. I mean, you don't have to wear the mask at home, but if you're going to another business, I think you could just put the
Only-
mask on for a second and do your
only
business.
indoors. I didn't wear them outside because, like, again, if it's that bad, we shouldn't be leaving our homes at that point. And like, absolutely not in my car. It would drive me insane seeing people drive with them on.
Yeah, well, people in isolated. It also highlighted people's like lack of scientific, any basic awareness of like germs or whatever you want to call them, virus particles actually travel. Like, it's so crazy. People were like I still see people wearing masks in like the dumbest settings. It's like this is not helping anybody.
I still see them all the time. I was at the Sonic Symphony, people wearing them, you know.
It's anxiety.
Oh,
It's
God.
ultimate anxiety.
It
People
gives
who have
anxiety. I still see them all the time, though. I saw people today wear them. Like,
Yeah.
on the boardwalk. It's like, why are you even at the beach? Like, why?
That's
Right.
insane.
Oh my god.
That's actually crazy.
It's cringe. I saw them in Japan, but they were always had that. They're just very conscientious. It's so like congested. And even then, it was 50-50. Like,
I'll
you
be right
saw
back.
only like half people wear them. You know.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Steve, the symphony was awesome. It was like
The
pretty dope.
Sonic one?
Yep, it was pretty. I mean, I didn't like where I had to commute to because it's so far, but it was dope.
Oh yeah, I think it was
It's me.
it was in Manhattan?
Mario.
No, it's like uptown Harlem. It's
Oh.
it's the Grand Palace Theater.
Oh, okay.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
I've gone there before with Angelo.
Yours truly,
That's actually where we saw the Zelda Symphony, like
Uh-huh.
years and years ago.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
No, I didn't know you're back.
Yeah, I just went to. I got a milkshake today, and I shouldn't have it at night, but I'm just finishing what I didn't
I'm
finish.
sure it's
Bring all
gonna-
the boys to the
I'm sure it's gonna go straight to your thighs, Angelo. I'm sure.
Being such a fat slut lately.
No, I was telling Steve the Sonic Symphony was dope. But
Did everyone clap and cheer every 5
okay,
seconds?
so the problem was that children should be banned from symphonies. I don't want to hear children hooting and
Yes.
hollering like they just found out they were in a mistake. You know what I mean? Like,
who would even bring kids for that?
well, everyone and their mother did. So the crowd was basically parents with children or adults, like adult women and men. A lot of women, actually. But it was like, because kids wouldn't shut the fuck up. And then on top of that, of course, when we got to the rock section, the band was like, everybody stand up. And I bought nice seats. And I'm just like, normally this would be cool, but I bought to sit here in comfort, closer to the stage.
Yeah,
I don't want to have to stand up for an hour and a half, which we did.
Yeah,
That was insane to me. It's not that
Yeah.
type of venue. Like,
I know. Well, that's the problem with just like rock concerts in general being hosted at these venues with like seating. It doesn't
it's
make
an amphitheater.
sense. Like,
It's not like
yeah, it's just not that kind of.
the
For a rock show, you need a large standing
Right.
section. That's how it
the
should
show was
be.
half and half.
But if everyone has an assigned seat, it doesn't really work.
The show was half and half. So the classic songs originally, the first half was that. So Sonic 1, 2, 3, Knuckles. That was just the symphony playing them. But as soon as we got to Sonic Adventure, the rock band came out, Crush came out, like, and they just started. They're like, everyone stand up. This is an interactive thing, and it was like, oh, here we go. Other than that, it was fucking awesome. But it was, I was annoyed at that because I'm just like, at that point, I would have just picked any seat. You know?
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, but I was happy I got to go see that. I really wanted to see that. There were obviously some awkward moments.
Mario,
It's
come
fine.
to the castle. I baked a cake for you.
Awkward.
Yours truly.
Shit, I haven't bought tickets for Return of the King in January.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait till last minute. That's like is that February or January?
I think it's February.
It's still next year
actually.
though. It's like so long from now.
Yeah, but this is pretty much the time you want to start buying tickets because the best seats do go first. I don't mind sitting far away. It's just that, you know, I don't want to be 3 miles away from the performance. I had elf ears that Barbara was so embarrassed to wear them or be seen around me wearing
I
them.
have none that you gave me. Wait,
Barbara was like, I don't know you.
I'm shocked you actually wore them. I thought you'd want to be prim and proper.
It's so... You barely even notice her there. It's not like I came in a full getup
Some
that's like
some people
very
did.
attention-seeking.
Some people definitely did.
Some people like playing dress up. I do not.
You want to cosplay as Anna?
I do enjoy seeing other people wear the costumes though. I think it's fun.
Yeah. I'm excited to see if the costumes at all that retro. Oops.
There's so many meme moments that I can't wait to hear everybody laugh at in the movie.
Oh, but maternity thing.
Just everyone just erupting in laughter. Every joke that's like, that should elicit like a chuckle, like, huh, oh, that was
Yeah.
funny. Everyone just does like the most exaggerated, over the top, bawling
Well, everyone's a
laughter.
comedian at those things, of course. How will they get attention that they crave?
Yeah, it's such attention-seeking behavior to like over laugh at something. There should be a word for that. Someone who just like over laughs at a joke that just the reaction does not fit the context at all.
Yeah.
Mario.
Like the hobbits are gonna do something silly, and then everyone just be like, ha 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 ha. It's like they're drunk all the time, It's like a drunk person just laughing at everything. It's pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, I just find it like it's attention seeking at its core. They just want people to notice them. We're
Yeah.
living kind of in a generation of people seeking attention more than ever.
Angela, are you good with Python, SQL, and R?
No, I know some of those words.
Yeah. Sorry, someone sent me for like, hey, my friend's actually hiring for this company.
It's
No,
It's
I don't
pronounced
code whatsoever.
sequel.
Yeah, they say SQL.
Yeah.
My company has a SQL database, but I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I don't either. It is beneficial.
I barely passed my statistics class in
It's
college.
just programming. It's something for your language. I forgot what the S stands for. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, there are people that went to school for that, and they know very much about that. I did not.
Well, I mean, that's the field I probably would have went into if I didn't go into law. Actually, it probably would have
Not
been
really
more
right now.
supportive.
Right now,
But yeah.
yeah, programming right now is pretty dead. Like, there's just way too many people in that field.
Right. I mean, this would have been. You have to remember, I went to college in like '08. This would have been like before that happened.
Yeah, remember in like 2021, there was the hiring boom, and that tech people were just suddenly worth an insane salary. Like, even the most basic job, like, people were, oh yeah, I'm remote and like earning 200K a year. Like, basically sit on my ass and like do a couple of coding tasks a day.
Right.
And then 1 year later, they're like all laid off. All the companies squeeze them out.
Well, right now the valued people are the blue collar workers. So.
Yeah, it changed so quickly. How do I keep missing that? Oh my god, man.
Just laugh.
It's too hot to even deal with this shit right now.
So you're saying you need new air conditioning?
I don't know.
Is the one in the living room the only one you have?
I have one in my bedroom and one in the living room. The one in my bedroom is kind of essential because I feel like that side of the house gets hotter. And when you're trying to sleep and it's like humid, it's impossible.
Interesting. I feel like that side of the house would get less sun, no?
I don't think it's about the sun. I think it's just like maybe there's less insulation on this side.
Less airflow too.
Yeah, I feel like the living room is kind of buffered by rooms on each side, But the elements are like right outside, like right next to the bed. You have like the windows like right there.
I don't know, Ange. I'm looking at General Electric, like $150 sleeve. like Windows Sleeve.
Yeah, I know. I should look into
prefer
that.
to
They
buy
have they have
cock
portable ones, but
sleeve.
they're expensive.
I heard Steve say something inappropriate.
I would never say anything inappropriate on this stream.
Which is weird because he never says anything inappropriate.
You'd
I
have
thought it was
you'd
very
have
odd.
to play the stream back. Someone, I said I would prefer to buy a cock sleeve.
It's me,
A cock
Mario.
sleeve, interesting. Like for the Wii remote?
Yes, same technology.
Those are pretty cheap. You
And
can
an
find them.
adapter of sorts.
Dear Mario,
Oh, poor
please
skin
come to the
adapter.
castle. I baked a cake for you. Yours
Oh my
truly,
god, those Wii protective sleeves. What the
Oh
hell?
my god.
We had to have them for obvious reasons.
The
It's just that little kids are so fucking clumsy, man. They're just like throwing their. You know they were throwing the controller everywhere. A moment of silence for all the Nintendo products, common and rare, that were destroyed by literal children and babies.
Don't they have to make a disclaimer not to put orange juice in the beer or some crazy dumb shit like that?
Moment of silence for all the Chrono Trigger carts that were like shat and pissed on by
Oh,
babies.
please don't make me cry.
You know it happened.
Don't
You know, like someone just like got back from work and found his son just like destroying all of his like Super Nintendo
Oh,
carts,
oh my god.
like throwing them all in the bathtub to clean them.
the dog chews it. The dog chews it. That's always another one too.
Oh yeah, the fucking animals in the
Yeah.
house.
And well, one day I'll own that game. I'll be like a complete shit copy.
It's me, Mario. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario,
No, Gumbella, just do what I say.
yours truly,
Bella.
Princess Toadstool. Peach.
I almost got a plushie today at Target. They had a giant Pikachu plushie.
Oh, those big ones. I gotta take her to that place in Flushing where they have gotcha games and stuff. Hey, can we win plushies? Like a newer place that opened up.
There was a giant Psyduck and a giant like sleeping Pikachu. It was so cute.
It's me,
That was
Mario.
cute.
Which Target?
Did Psyduck? Oh, it was a Target by like Whitestone, College
Oh,
Point.
okay.
Dear Mario, please come to the
Rip the
castle.
movie theater.
I baked a cake for you.
20th, yeah, right by the multiplex.
Peach.
Yeah. Did Psyduck do anything in the Pokemon animated show? Misty always had the Psyduck around, but like I don't think that thing did a goddamn thing.
Wasn't there an
ever.
episode of Psyduck with like Slowbro or Slowpoke?
Maybe. Yeah, something like that.
So, Psyduck's
As a kid, I was so confused about like what abilities Psyduck has, like, cause in the show he's like so shy, he like always like runs away from stuff.
yeah.
Like, what do you even do?
He's a psychic Pokemon.
Psycho.
And we never see him like flex in the show, or maybe once.
Suppose not weak in the Pokemon lore.
We always see Pikachu doing Thunder Shock. Charmander does this like flamethrower. Bulbasaur is always doing Razor Leaf every time.
I, even as a kid, always found the anime very frustrating because Ash always made like the dumbest choices and the characters. I just like, I found it very frustrating.
Well, I mean, they
Yeah, Ash doesn't make any attempt to like fight Pokemon
They-
types with like their
they
effective
did make
types.
fun of him for it even in the show. I think didn't he try to fight Pidgey with like his Caterpie? Even Misty was like, "What are
Oh
you
my
doing?"
god, that would make me so angry.
I know it. I didn't enjoy watching it. If they played, I mean, it's a kids anime, whatever. I was a kid too, but I guess even for me as a kid, I found it annoying to watch because I felt like I knew more about what to do in Pokemon than the character, and it was very zany and silly, and I think it's a hard watch to go back to. I like that it's like of the era. It's like very 90s. I like the animation being kind of gritty, you know, hand drawn, farmed out probably to underpaid cartoonists. But I don't really care about the story at all ever in that show. But
All I care about is that he wanted to be the best that ever
But
was.
one thing
Song is fire.
That no one
but
ever was.
But to praise it for a second, it was so awesome to see Pokemon like fully realized versus just like the pixel art and your imagination. To see them actually
yeah.
like battling, and it was so cool. I remember I was just immediately in love with it.
I think
Oh
the
my
old
God,
animation looked a lot better. It's kind of like similar to the Pokemon designs in the game.
Well,
where
right. It's,
The older
Even
designs
more-
look better. That Pikachu.
yeah, it's good.
Fat Pikachu.
You know, something that's crazy about Pokemon to me that people don't really talk about is like, to this day, the animation in Pokemon doesn't actually show the Pokemon like attacking or biting or, you know, going after
Yeah.
each other because it's like rated PG or it's whatever.
It's a
So,
violence
Right.
thing.
They
Right.
did. We just never saw it. The manga, they fight into each other. They like blatantly.
Yeah, no, I know that, and in the show as well. I'm talking
In the
about
games. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the games?
Yeah. The games
Oh,
have never
okay.
depicted like
No, they should,
actual
but
violence.
no.
Yeah, I mean, not like I, need everything to be adult, but it is kind of silly that like it doesn't actually show the Pokemon tackling or biting or doing anything to each other. It's weird. Yeah.
Pokemon Stadium was like that too. It's like I thought I was gonna like watch the Pokemon
Right.
fight, and they don't.
Even in they get a little closer in Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. It shows the Pokemon actually like almost making contact. It has a little bit more realistic movement. I think it's really cool. Sorry for background noise.
When you eventually are down for it, you should definitely play this game, Steven.
What
They did a good job with the animations and the visual. Like, it's all preserved well. 1,000 Year
Oh
Door.
yeah. No, it looks great. I'd probably pick it up if it's cheap at some point. But I mean, I have 1,000 Year Door. I played it before. It's really nice, but I have a lot of awful RPGs to get to first, like this current one.
It's not
That's more
not
important.
terrible. It's just not the best.
This game isn't awful. It's just really painful.
Jesus Christ.
But I'm committed. I'm almost
Like
50
in
hours
Insane
in.
Asylum.
I'm getting there.
He is committed. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm gonna need to be committed
Straight jacket and all.
soon. Well, I don't know. I'm committed to beating it. I'm getting there. I'm doing a lot of these like extra objectives, not I don't have to. If I wanted to just power through the game, I know I could. But I'm doing all like, I'm taking every photo in the game, and I'm building every invention in the game, and I'm recruiting every character, and I'm driving myself fucking crazy. But I'm doing it. Well, I feel like I can also appreciate the game for what it is by doing all of the extra content. I'm really seeing the inner workings of the game, for better or worse. Oh god, send help. But it's cathartic, you know. And the hardest thing I would say in this game by far is getting the ultimate weapons. There's just so much grinding, and it's so tedious.
Victim of that early 2000s Ultimate Weapon problem. Kingdom Hearts was very
It is
guilty.
very, very early 2000s with its requirements of the player. Ugh. But it's part of the charm too, I guess.
Oh, fuck you and your mother.
Fuck yeah, I'm hard as a rock.
Kingdom Hearts are wrong.
Be right back. You got a key.
Okay.
I'm back. Angela, how are the runs going? I didn't have the computer up.
I'm back at Dark
Oh,
World,
okay.
but I already fucked it up, so that's cool, I guess. I'm just trudging
Yeah.
along. My time saves will be really in the basement.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to hold on.
Yeah. I'll hold on for another day. That's what it seems good.
What?
I said hold on for one more day, as Wilson Phillips once said.
I can't hear you. You sound far away.
Hang on.
Audio sounds a little scuffed.
Is this better? I didn't really do anything.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
much better.
I think my headphones are starting to get a little strange, but whatever.
Mm. That's fine.
Nobody's perfect.
Much better.
Cool. So good.
Alright, this is where my runs die a lot too. The Cool Mountain, the slide with the penguin race.
I'm watching, yeah.
I've been really messing up the getting all the coins in the slide. I keep missing coins. It's pretty tough.
Yeah. I think I heard Bowser's laugh. No, it sounded like it. My my boss is out of office tomorrow, and his boss is off this week. So I'm gonna work from home tomorrow. And I texted my team and told them that they should do the same. But they forgot their computers at work. They must leave them there, and so they're like, "Oh, we have to go in." I'm like, "Well, that sucked."
I would walk in. I would walk
Yeah.
in, make my presence as unknown as possible, and go home.
Well, they said that they're going to pick up their computer and then like go home during the day. I'm like, well, whatever. I mean, the whole point is like, it's going to be really hot tomorrow. I figured since I'm not going in, they should also enjoy that luxury. But
That's so nice of you.
yeah,
Where I
Steve is magnanimous.
I'm what?
magnanimous.
Magnanimous.
I'm not just a boss. I'm a cool boss.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to have taken off work this week. Like one of the partners did too, and I'm covering a trial for her tomorrow. And it's like the only big thing I have to do.
By the way, I realized that you probably didn't know what that reference was. Like, oh,
Mean
you did?
Girls,
Okay.
right?
Wow, look at you.
We've seen the movie together, Steven.
We have? When?
Yes.
I think at Sal's house.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he play that movie?
Maybe.
At some barbecue
Yes.
thing.
That's right.
Well, I mean, it's also Mean Girls.
That movie is so
Yeah,
great.
it's a.
They're remaking it, which is unfortunate. But...
They already did, and it's a fucking.
They already
Oh, it
said.
came out already?
It's a movie of the musical of the movie, which is so strange. Layers of.
I don't get it.
know. It's not for us anymore. You know, a lot of people are critical of the movie because it, like, you know, there's jokes in it that didn't age well, you might say. But I found it to be a slice of life from what the early 2000s high school scene kind of was to some degree. Like, the different cliques that would stick together, and I don't know. It was really funny. I liked it.
I wrote the movie off for so long because I thought it was just like a shitty like teen
Right,
comedy thing.
right.
Which is unfortunate, but it's actually like an
I
excellent
know,
movie.
I know. It's so funny, and it's like, it's poignant. It's good. I like it.
Yeah, the fact that like all of these like famous actresses like Lindsay Lohan, like you just kind of write it off like, oh, it's probably not
Yeah.
worth seeing. But the writing is so smart.
It's so smart, and that whoever the girl is who plays Regina is like, she was in her like late 30s,
yeah.
right? Remember we looked into it? Like, she was really old and playing a teenager, which is really funny because she looked really young. But
Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, that's Rachel
right,
McAdams.
Rachel McAdams. Yeah.
It's funny, she does not look like a teenager at all, but I mean, that's the power of movie business.
Yeah. She looked young, but definitely like, that weird, like, they're not really young thing. But
Alright, this run is dead.
dude.
It's me, Mario.
Yeah, the first time I watched Mean Girls, I was like, oh my god, the writing is so fucking funny. And Amy Poehler as the mom. Like, I'm
I
a cool
know.
mom. It's just so cringy. They somehow, like, they nailed so much of, like, high school experience there. Just really, really good.
I know. And, well,
Get in, loser, we're going shopping.
and just like the rich girl, like her dad invented toaster strudel, and she thinks she's really like hot shit. And
Oh yeah, the Queen
Right.
Bee. Who didn't know somebody
I
like
know. Also, I mean, one of the jokes that didn't, age well or whatever was the cool Asian girls. Like, one of them uses some racially charged slang, but it's funny because, like,
that? Oh, who like, yeah, she's like talking in like Ebonics.
well, right, but she's saying it in like whatever language she's speaking, and it's so funny because they're like, there's the nerdy Asians and the cool Asians, and they're using like
Who are
right,
urban.
they're using like urban slang and stuff, and that's one of the things that people point out is like, but I honestly knew like Laotian and Vietnamese kids in high school who acted that way, so.
Yeah.
It's just, again, like a slice of what things actually were in that time.
If you went to school in those times, you would know none of those things are untrue.
Right.
They're all based on real people
I mean, maybe. Yeah.
and real trends.
Right. And, like, yeah, they were cringy, obviously, but, like, we can look back on it and be like, wow, those people were really stupid.
Going back to like kids who adopt a lot of like slang and like black
Mm.
culture, Ebonics, they kind of like adopt their whole like hip hop
Yeah.
aesthetic. It came from all sides. Like there were white kids
yeah.
doing it, there were Mexican kids doing it, and there were Asian kids doing it. It really was non-exclusive whatsoever. Hip hop was just such a pervasive
Yeah.
culture that it like everybody got into
Totally.
it. And it was seen as normal.
It was. And there was, like, me in my sheltered bubble going to that private school and having no awareness of, for the most part, the outside world.
Right.
I was like that Brandon Fraser movie where he wakes up in the nuclear bunker.
Okay.
I forget what is that movie called?
Encino
Doesn't he
Man.
wake up from
What
the
hell is
ice?
it?
Encino Man.
Encino.
No, is it Encino
Yeah.
Man? Because isn't it Pauly Shore's in it?
Yeah,
Oh,
Encino
okay.
Man.
Yeah.
He was in a fallout shelter though, and like lives underground since the 1950s, and then like comes back and is all confused about like.
Oh, that's
It
a
is.
different movie.
Encino
I
Man's
think.
with what's his name who got fat and now is not fat. Well, kind of that.
I don't know. Brendan Fraser got that.
No, Sean Astin's in a. Oh, what's the guy's name? I can't think of his name. Brendan Fraser. Wow.
That's what I
insane.
just said.
Yeah, he just said
Brendan
Brendan Fraser.
But the movie you're talking about isn't that. So.
It is. It's another Brendan Fraser movie, I think.
Yeah, there was another one where he's like,
Like in his family's like the
Waking up.
1950s still.
Yeah, yeah. He's like frozen in
Moving
time.
on,
kind of.
man. Blast from the past.
Blast from the past.
Blast
Yeah.
from the past.
All right.
There we
We
go.
got there. But anyway, yeah. So when I went to high school, all of a sudden there was just like a deluge of slang that I had no idea what people were talking about. Like everyone was like "wiling out." He's wiling out, and I'm like, what? What does that mean? And
Oh, I went through the same thing. I mean, if you don't have friends
aw,
who are constantly like educating you. No, I meant
Oh.
friends like that, bro. I had
yeah,
friends.
No,
the
no,
fuck?
I know. Well, I'm saying that because
I had
didn't
friends,
have
but I
friends,
didn't-
So
You didn't have friends
Period.
at all. No, I had friends, but like they didn't exactly. They weren't the ones like educating me on like pop culture
Yeah.
stuff. So when you meet other people and they're saying like these crazy terms, you're just kind of left on your own to figure out what it means by context
right,
clues.
and exactly for me, it was all context clues of like what people were talking about, and to me, it sounded.
You had to guess all the
Right.
time what things
To me,
meant.
it sounded so fucking stupid too. I was like, why is everyone saying the same thing? It was so
'Cause
fucking dumb.
kids are very much like
It was
parrots.
hive
They
mind.
just-
Hive mind. But yeah, I mean, in honesty though, I did not have any friends. I had graduated with 3 other people in 8th grade.
And all these years later, you still
Yeah.
don't.
Present company excluded. But yeah, it was just so I knew 2 other people in high school, and yeah, it was really weird and awful for me because also there was people said word a lot. Word,
Come
Word up.
on, man.
word. That was another thing. Oh god, terrible time.
Fucking god, man, this fucking game. Why am I failing Owlist now?
No
Sorry.
worries. I feel your pain.
High school is either like your favorite time or the most isolating time ever. There's no in between.
Yeah,
Anyone,
but like
I think
anyone
a
who
dim-
thinks high school was the best time in their life
Yes.
is a herp now in their adulthood.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like that's a warning sign if people who had a good time in high school.
Like if you peak, not a good time per se. You can have a good time in high school, but I mean,
Well,
if,
yeah,
they,
that's-
if they peaked in high school, that's a red flag for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if they're still talking about high school daily and cheerleading and football and all that crap, and it's like, did you not do anything after the age of 18? I don't understand.
Even college,
Yeah,
oh no, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying they lost their whole personality back
Yeah.
then.
Right.
Even college,
And
like, for a while, my college friends were just like, "Oh, I wish we were back." I'm like, I don't wish I was back. Fuck, like that sucked. I like some things about it, but
Mario,
so glad to be out of there. I think we were talking about this recently.
yours truly,
But,
Princess Toadstool.
Yeah, no. Sometimes when I hang out with my college friends, like we'll just rehash a lot of stuff from that era, and I'm just like, can we just like talk about something else?
yeah,
I fall into that trap with Landy. Well, you guys met Landy now. Like,
Who?
James.
Oh,
He's like Kingsley. I don't call him by his first name. I call him by his last name. So Kingsley, his first name's Daniel. I call him Kingsley. James Landy. His first name's James. I call him Landy.
yeah.
I don't know. It's a thing we did in high school a lot.
Yeah.
But no, it's like because I went to college with, like I went to high school with Landy, but like we went to college too together. So like sometimes we find ourselves like talking about it, or he'll bring it up a lot. It's like, well, what are you doing now? Like, what's going on now? You know?
Yeah. I don't like thinking about high school at all.
High school.
Fuck it. I hope those people are miserable. I'm sure they are.
Well, the funny thing about high school for us is like a lot of people, either teachers or students now, have not unalived themselves.
have not unalived themselves, or
So have unalived themselves.
Oh,
So sometimes they're just kind of brought into that world.
unalived. I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with that term.
Like Kingsley's had to preside over a few funeral masses for either fellow classmates or teachers.
That has got to hurt.
Yep.
I don't care what galaxy you're
God.
from.
That's horrible.
We can both admit that was a good addition to episode 1.
Oh,
They're my favorite side character.
the two-headed.
The sports
Why don't they
broadcaster.
just make him a Jedi?
Oh my God.
They have like
no.
an the ESPN style broadcaster in the
Oh
Padres.
no.
Time he hacks someone's like limb off with a lightsaber, he's like, that's gotta hurt.
The Acolyte has that character as a Jedi. They had a Wookiee Jedi in this last episode. It was so cool.
So, in the Old Republic, there was a thing, but like, the Acolyte. The thing that pisses me off about the Acolyte is people have been dying for Old Republic stuff on screen and like KOTOR stuff on screen.
Well, now they're gonna die when they see it.
And the fact that we now have it
Yeah.
and it's complete trash of in that Star Wars era is annoying.
Yeah.
Like there was so much rich stuff they could have pulled, but it's like, no, we can do it better. No, you can't, and that's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I almost bought that book, The Living Force, today at Target.
I could tell you were really tempted. Were you
Lackadaisical.
mindful of it though?
I was trying to be mindful of it, but the book was like $30.
Mindful of being
I'm
forced.
mindful
That is
of
not
not
cash
paying.
money.
I'm mindful of not paying too much for crap.
It was a novel based on about like a year before Phantom Menace takes place. Like the Jedi Council goes on some peacekeeping mission. I don't know, it seemed interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure those books.
There's Qui-Gon in it, so that's
Yeah,
cool.
I'm sure that a lot of those books are actually kind of interesting stories, but
They are. I used to write.
It seems like they were trying to make more stories about all the members of the council.
Yeah.
We see in Phantom Menace the council is full of very strange looking aliens of all different kind of shapes and
I
sizes.
remember that being cool.
The Jedi are basically come from
I
anyone.
I used to write a lot of book reports growing up in elementary school, where I would pick up those books and write book reports about them. The stories were cool, either between buddy cop adventures between Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, or Obi-Wan and Anakin.
Yeah.
So I mean, but of course, none of that stuff really adapted to the screen.
Yeah.
I always, I thought the Jedi council was so cool in episode 1, that bloom lighting effects, really blue sky, and people actually sitting there in costumes rather than CGI.
Yeah.
I think it really made it look pretty good. I've noticed in the Acolyte so far, and this is just another. Sorry, I'm just out of breath. This is another thing that bad Star Wars does, where the only references they can make are things that, Easter egg references. Oh, it's this guy, remember him? Here he is now, but younger. It makes the universe seem really small. And I get it, that they're, it's whatever, this Jedi Council thingy, but basically they're these Jedi Knights or whatever. It takes place, I don't know, 100 years before Phantom Menace, or 50. I am very unclear. But there's already
100, I think.
right. There's already some of those characters that were in Phantom Menace in the Jedi Council, like that squid-looking guy and that other guy with the really tall head. They're in this as young Jedi. And they had mentioned just in this last episode 4, they were oh, well, we don't want to let the High Council know. So that Yoda's going to make an appearance there. I just know the show is building to that. They have to have one thing that everyone can point to their screen and be oh my God. And I know that it's going to be a Yoda reveal.
Rogue One had the Darth Vader scene at the end.
Yeah.
The Mandalorian had Luke.
But
come out
but
at
those
the
were
end.
good scenes, though.
In the Obi-Wan show, we had the Anakin moment at the
Yeah,
end.
yeah.
The Ahsoka show also had
Yeah,
Anakin.
those were
yeah.
nasty. Oh, well, no, that
They-
one was okay.
There's gonna be a
It's-
big nostalgia moment at the end of Acolyte
For
sure.
sure, it's gonna be
1000%.
this main character girl talking to Yoda. I just feel it. I feel it in the Force. I know it's coming. I just know it. It's doing.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It's as if a million Star Wars
Cried
fans were
out.
suddenly cried out and then
Cried out
vanished.
in horror, and then we're suddenly silenced. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. I know it's building towards that. If that's it's such a recognizable pattern from everything that you just said. Like every single one of these shows and things are doing that. Then this is just no different. And actually,
Yeah, you can definitely just see it coming a mile
right
away.
in this episode, so like, there's twins. My brother said. My brother is so funny. He texted me earlier because I said, he was observing the show by proxy with my dad watching it. He said, "Why does that girl have Rick James hair?"
Oh
She
dear.
does.
And why does her twin sister have the identical
Right.
haircut all these
Right.
years
They were
later?
just like really fans of that hair, I guess.
They were just really big fans of the haircut. That when they were really small, they just had the exact same
They were like,
style.
you know what? I want the Rick James bitch.
And what's weirder still is that as adults, when this crisis is happening with this assassin, their hair length is also the
Right.
same.
Right.
What a
It's really
coincidence.
shocking, Like, what a coincidence.
Huge coincidence. You might even say it's
Right.
improbable.
Well, no, because I refuse to see any criticism. It's the best show ever.
Yeah, I would say it's just improbable. Period. Just all of these things. I think we've gone past coincidence. It's just not likely whatsoever
Yeah.
that this is
Bad
happening.
writing. Well, here's another thing. So, in the second episode, there's this character, this like kind of bumbling guy who's on the side of the evil twin, right? The assassin twin, and I thought he was just like some minor character. He's really annoying. And meanwhile, the evil assassin is working for what we presume is like a Sith, but he hides his face, so you don't know what he actually looks like. And in this episode, like, the bumbling side character like accompanies the evil twin to kill this Wookiee Jedi or whatever. He gets caught in a trap, and she decides that she's going to be good. And then at the end of the episode, like, her evil master appears, and it's so obvious that it's that bumbling side character. They're trying to do like a fake out type of thing, but it's so obvious. It's like, why? It's just this show is supposed to be like a whodunit. Like, you're supposed to.
Yeah, there's no mystery though.
Right. It's like the most surface level thing. It's like, this is the best you can get. Like, the books that we're talking about have way more compelling stories. Like, adapt one of those, but I don't know. They don't seem to do that.
Wasn't there a moment in the first scene? I read somebody. I was listening to someone talk about it. Tell me if this is true. In the first scene, the Jedi is like attacked in
Yeah,
a bar,
the woman from the Matrix.
right? And they have like the one from
Carrie-Anne
Carrie-Anne
Moss,
Moss. So the assassin who is trying to like kill people discreetly, right? And if you're trying to kill a Jedi who's very
Yeah.
powerful, you probably want to kill them in like a sleazy way, so you don't have to do like a full-on confrontation
Right.
with them, right? Like, if you're an assassin by definition, you want to just kill someone and then leave as quickly as
Right.
possible. You know, like shoot a president from like 2 miles away so that you can just not
Yeah.
get caught. But this assassin just like makes a grand entrance and just declares that like I'm here to
Yeah,
kill you.
yeah.
So removing all sense of surprise.
Yeah.
The whole element of surprise is gone. And then the Jedi also like doesn't take her seriously
Right,
at first and just like waves her away. But then the assassin like kills like the two people she's with very easily.
I think she Maybe she kills them. I forget. Whether she kills them or not, she like kicks their ass and or kills them. Yeah, she does.
Yeah, like beats the shit out of them or
Yeah,
kills them
yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever. And then the Jedi's like, alright, fine, I guess you're a
Yeah.
threat, let me take
Yeah.
care of this. And then there's a moment she tries to kill the bartender for
So
some
that's
reason.
how
She just throws a
that
knife
yeah,
at him.
that's how she's able to kill Carrie Ann Moss.
Yeah, the Jedi gets distracted because she tries
Yeah.
to save the bartender with the Force, and then she gets
Yeah,
killed
yeah, with the knife in her
because
heart.
she was trying to save somebody
Exactly,
else.
an innocent.
Which seems like such a Jedi thing to do, right? Oh, she sacrificed
Mhm.
herself to save another person. But then you think about it a little deeper, you're like, why did she try so hard to save this random bartender, but she didn't try at all to save the people
Oh,
she
well,
was with, who just got fucking massacred
See,
by
that's
this
your
girl?
mistake, trying to think about it deeper.
Right, it's like on the surface, the whole scene seems fine, you know? Like it's just kind of a standard fight. All the motivations are pretty clear. You know, it just kind of plays out very normally. But the moment you actually think about what's going on, it completely falls
Well,
apart. Why the hell is she trying so hard
you
to
know
save
why.
this bartender?
They reveal it,
Because it makes
well,
no
right,
sense.
but they do explain it away in a really cringy way. Here's the writer's save.
Streaming.
It's revealed after she takes the knife, or she gets killed by the knife and the bartender lives or whatever. May, the evil assassin, goes over to the bartender and is gonna kill him anyway, and she sees a little kid, like the bartender has some sort of a little offspring cowering behind him, and then she decides to not kill the bartender, and so I think that's their way of being like, oh, the Jedi knew that it's a father to some kid, so there's that.
Yeah, but that makes him more valuable because he has
don't know.
offspring. If he didn't have the offspring, then
It's
he can
ridiculous.
just
Well,
die.
remember
He's
that
useless.
pod racer whose wife just got out of the hospital.
Rats Tyrell, how can I
yeah.
forget?
Yeah,
He fucking explodes, and his children are now orphans.
I know. What the fuck were they? What was he thinking?
The prize money was gonna finally lift them out of poverty, but now the kids are just gonna grow up in the
Maybe
system.
Mrs. Rats Tyrell should have kept her rat legs closed and not had another kid that they couldn't afford.
Instead of rats. A brand new generation of rats.
It sounds
With 2 teeth, by the way.
it sounds absurd, but this is legitimately a scene. Oh god.
I know. But yeah, this whole, like, the bar fight scene, it's just like, you're starting off the show like that, with characters, like, behaving in ways that don't make any sense. It sets the tone for the rest of the fucking show. Like, once I listened to someone, like, recap the first episode, it's like, yeah, like, on paper, if you're just watching it while, like, cleaning dishes or, like, doing some chore, yeah, it seems like kind of interesting what's going on, but the moment you sit down, you're like, wait, why are they doing this? This makes no fucking sense. Whole thing is just a complete waste of time. Also, they managed the good twin, like, managed to corner the bad
and she
twin.
doesn't shoot.
I was
And
about
she
to shoot
doesn't.
her. She's about to shoot her with a fucking stun gun. She's hesitating like she's gonna kill the other person. It just incapacitates
You're
them.
right.
Why is she acting like it's
And
going
she
to kill
deliberately
her, and she has
misses.
to make like this really like grand decision to like spare her sister despite what she's done? Bro, it's a stun gun. Don't you want to like get to the
I
bottom
didn't
of this?
even
What the
honestly
fuck?
realize, or I didn't even think about that. Like I saw it happen, and I was just like, "Oh, that's annoying." She like for some
Right.
reason
They-
doesn't like
just
just
lets
lets
her
her
go.
go.
So she lets her go because the story needs
Absolutely.
to continue. The script says that she escapes, so that's why she escapes. Nothing is like, it's like that video we watched where like the new Star Wars doesn't understand how cause and effect work. They're like working backwards. First they think of like the cool moment they want to do at the end. Then they just work backwards. Well, the characters are there because of this, and this happens because of this, but it's totally backwards writing.
It's so stupid.
How about you write in a way where the characters go places and do things because that is the natural choice for them to make? How about you just have a character decide to do something and then explore the ramifications of that naturally, instead of just like trying to set up these payoffs that no one gives a fuck about.
I know. It's so bad.
They might as well bring back Rex Tyrell in some way.
Hashtag.
His great grandfather.
Hashtag bring back Rex Tyrell. I know.
When are we gonna get a standalone movie about each of the pod racers?
I'm sure there's. That's one of the things that drives me really crazy is when fans are so cringy and they're like, "Oh, I would totally watch a Rat's Tyrell spin-off. Give him a spin-off." Any sort of character that they think is like so cool,
I know.
that's the first rallying cry. Is like, give them a spin-off. It's like, no spin-off.
Kitster.
Give Kitster a spin-off. Give you your acting debut as Kitster. What happens after he learns that Anakin is
Well, I'll play a young man version of
Yes.
Kitster, and as he wins his first pod race.
Yes! Oh my god. I would love that.
And then Vader
Oh.
comes to like congratulate him,
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
and they have a moment.
A love-making moment?
Maybe.
Oh,
We'll
oh
see.
god. Well, you'll have to write that in your contract.
Depends how hot my co-star
Well,
is.
it's Hayden Christensen. But he's
Oh,
horribly
okay. Yeah,
hurt.
definitely. I don't mind. He can keep the
You
mask
also
on.
have to show. You have to. Never mind.
What are you gonna say?
You have to show full ass.
Whole
for all-
ass.
Full ass, not like 3/4 ass. Full. And also, like, know that everyone on Disney Plus will be seeing it. How much money would.
Perfect.
Okay, both of you. Here's a good what if question. I'll answer it too. I'm curious. How much money would you have to be paid to star in an episode, just one, of a Star Wars Disney Plus
Free.
show?
Free.
But you have
Free.
to.
Free.
What?
Like,
I have to kiss
I
the
No.
young man
free.
on the mouth.
Free. I would do it for free.
You
Literally.
have to show your entire bare ass. No CGI.
That's fine. I would do it for free. I would pay to do it.
Free.
Because not only do I have bragging rights that I'm in a Star Wars media, I have bragging rights that I got to show my full ass in a Star Wars media.
But you might become like a negative meme.
I don't care.
Like what? Like
I
why
can die
would
happy.
Star Wars be showing people's ass?
If I get like an anonymous credit, that's cool.
No,
You
I
have
want
to say
full
your
credit. I
full
want my name attached to it and everything.
Just say your full name.
Like if I ever apply for another acting gig, my headshot would also be a shot of my ass that I would submit.
Oh my god, that's funny. I feel like I would do it, but I'd try to work out as much as I can so I had a decently shaped ass. I would also probably do it for free. For the reasons Alan
Right.
mentioned.
I mean, yeah, you get to
Bragging
and,
I have a feeling like they'll just go back on their word. If you ask for like money, they'll be like, "We have altered the deal. Pray we don't alter it any further."
Exactly.
And you'll be like, "Shit."
It's me, Mario.
And then it goes from having just like a nude scene to like doing full penetration scene, and they're like, "I have altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further."
penetration.
And they're like, "Ah."
Who's the co-star? It's a CGI
That-
co-star.
that's a-
the-
That's a Robot Chicken Star Wars like
Yeah.
episode. Lando is like, first it's like the traditional scene from the movie. Lando's like, "This deal is getting worse all the time," and then Vader just keeps making outlandish
Right.
requests, or like just tells him like these outlandish things, and he says, "Pray I don't alter it any further. This deal keeps getting worse all the time." Just he does it like
Yeah.
5 times.
Didn't you like want to make a wear a maid outfit or something?
What happened?
You think Leather Crest
I would
was
play.
like wear this outfit? like you're just like freaking.
I would be Qui-Gon's boy toy from like years ago before he met
Kitster.
Anakin. So Kitster.
Oh my god.
He's gonna teach me to be mindful of the living force.
Yeah.
Which is just slang for being a full
Oh
bottom.
my god. a full penetrative plot. Yeah. Disney writers are listening to this conversation, furiously typing the plot of the next. Spin-off.
I think the reality is like Star Wars fans would like a risque scene with somebody like Ahsoka,
Oh yeah.
but in reality, Disney is just gonna give them like the gayest scene of all mankind.
I don't have a problem with that. I
Well,
don't see what the
they have a
problem is.
tradition of just doing the opposite of what fans ask for. So like, if they want something hot in Star Wars, it's definitely gonna be like the
Excuse
gayest
me,
thing I've ever
I
seen in
find
my
that
life.
hot. That's fine by
Sure.
me.
Yeah, you know what? You guys need your own iconic moments.
We have them.
So I support it.
We have not in front of my salad. If you know, you know. Alan probably knows.
I know nothing.
He does. I can tell.
I am Jon Snow. I wish I was Jon Snow. Freaking
Angela, do you know that?
You know nothing, Jon
reference
Snow. No, I don't know the
Oh.
reference. Should I Google
Yeah.
it?
It actually probably won't show anything risque because it's become a meme. It's transcended. It was in an adult feature. There were two gentlemen doing it and standing up at a kitchen island, and there's a girl who comes in, and they're
Oh.
pretending that they're just like they suddenly pretend. I think this is what it is. They're suddenly pretending that they're just standing there, and then she realizes what they're doing, and she sits down and starts eating a salad, and then she realizes what they're doing, and they're like, she's like, really? Not in front of my salad, and it just is so absurd that it's become a meme. So that is the meme. We have that. That's all we have. So do with it what you will.
That's what I think of when I think of gay culture. Is that
Yeah.
moment.
We have RuPaul writing.
Yeah, I think it's time for Star Wars to have an openly gay character.
Oh God. My only
Who in the Acolyte is gay? Are the twins gay?
probably somebody. But you know that my problem with it is like I wish every character was gay. That would make it a lot more interesting to me personally. But-
Yeah. It's time for a fully gay show.
we have that. We have that show already. It's called RuPaul's Drag Race. But no, I mean,
I meant Star Wars.
yeah. Well, what if
There should be
actors are
they
gay?
should go to a planet that's completely gay. It's a gay planet.
Of course not.
Of all the systems that are in Star Wars, you're telling me there's not one gay planet? There must
Naboo.
be. Naboo.
You know, the thing is, unfortunately, like I would wish every character is gay because I really don't. I'm so tired of seeing straight people doing everything all the time. But I don't care. Like, it's not a big priority for me. And so when shows do incorporate kind of like an obvious gay character, or like they shoehorn it in,
Mhm.
it's just as cringy. It's just as
Stereotypes.
cringy to me as it is to everybody else, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, when you know they're just like trying to like get people interested in something just because the character is
Yeah.
gay, not because it's like actually fun.
right,
to
it's the
look at.
difference between good writing and bad writing, and again, we look to The Last of Us, especially the TV show, which did a better depiction of what was in the game. But like, that's a good depiction. You know, it's like they're gay, but it's not necessarily integral to the plot, but it adds some like poignance to it, and there's few instances of that elsewhere. But yeah.
Right.
Uh,
I would venture to say that as trends continue to change over time, we've really delved too deep into the like
Please come to the castle.
graphic kind of romance scenes just becoming common in
oh,
shows.
very that, yeah.
It just like what was pretty shocking to me was Oppenheimer.
Oh my
like,
God, yeah.
They really get into it like in that movie.
know.
There's a scene where she's just like
Naked, thrashing
riding him
around.
in the chair,
I
and
know.
yeah, and she's like she's like completely naked and you see everything. I'm like,
I know.
all right, well, I kind of wanted to see this with my dad, but I guess
I
that's
did
off the
watch it
table
with
now.
my dad, and I just sat there uncomfortably.
Oh shit.
But no, I know. Like, I think I agree. Like, Star Wars doesn't need like romance baked into it at all. Like,
We saw the last time
oh
how
my
that worked
god.
out.
You know what? Actually, there was an episode of The Mandalorian that was good that they never got back to, which I'm surprised about. He goes to this planet. Did you watch The Mandalorian, Angelo? I thought you maybe did.
I did not. I watched like episodes like 1 and 2 and I
Okay.
stopped.
Well, they're actually really good. But basically, the show ended at the end of season 2. I thought was like it should have ended, and it was really good.
Yeah, I know it ends with like Luke
Right.
coming out of nowhere.
Right. But one of the other episodes, like the standalones, is he goes to this little village, and they're like shrimp farmers of some sort, and they're just like a little like marshland village, and they're being terrorized by these like pirates or these raiders or something that are like threatening and fucking up their town, and they have an imperial walker, like one of the chicken walkers, like the ATST or whatever.
Yeah.
And what's so
Right.
cool about it is also prior to her cancellation, Gina Carano's character is like one of those walkers took out like an entire platoon of soldiers. Like she says that, and you see how incredibly powerful it is, and none of the characters are strong enough to take it out. Yeah,
Face it.
which
Yeah.
in the way that it's shot at nighttime, it has these red, the window eyes kind of it, like glow, and it just like rises up and like attacks their village at night, and it's so cool. And so it's kind of the trope of the character teaching the village to fight. It's like the whatever that samurai movie is, and
Seven
yeah,
Samurai.
and it's kind of that, but they dig like a big trench and they kind of trick it into getting stuck in a water pit that it doesn't look like it's water, and it's really really good. But anyway, one of the women in the village is kind of interested in the Mandalorian, but he doesn't show his face, but he has to eat and stuff, so she just kind of leaves the food out for him, and she's kind of like intrigued by him because he's like their savior, but she's also like inexplicably kind of good at shooting, and he notices like, how are you from this small town but you have like skills, and she kind of just like alludes to something, and it's cool. They have almost like a little like romance, even though like she never sees what he looks like. And
Yeah, it's like love that kind of just doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't get fulfilled because
they're too different.
it's not convenient.
Right, they're
Yeah.
too different. And I thought to myself, well, maybe they'll like follow that in some way, maybe they'll like circle back to it, but they never did. And it's kind of, in that context, it kind of makes sense. Like there's something there that's kind of cool, worth exploring, but they never really get to it. But
It's probably better they
yeah, romance can get so like schlocky, and I don't watch Star Wars for romance. Like Han and Leia, that's kind of like, it's fun. It's
You
part
only
of the
watch
story.
it.
De
You
facto.
only watch it for the incest, clearly.
Oh god, it's part of the story and it's fine. And then like, the prequels, but I don't know. It's not my favorite thing.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
But I agree. There's so much graphic sex in everything, and it's like, why are people watching this?
It's pretty hard to deal with. Yeah, like I feel like it's just very pervasive nowadays. Makes things hard to watch with like groups of people. I
Yeah.
feel like streaming is already a very insular activity, isolating experience. But then like if you like try to stream something with a friend,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, well, we're gonna have to deal with this like uncomfortable moment.
Right. And something like Game of Thrones or its whatever spin-offs are just like graphic depictions of sex acts, and it's just like, oh my god, like it's
Yeah.
it's like pornographic.
Yeah, it's a
basically.
lot. It's pretty pornographic. You see a lot. You see way too
Yeah.
much. Game of Thrones was doing it to get views,
Oh, yeah.
clearly. They just wanted people to be excited about the show. They knew that this would sell their show really
And
well.
the books are very gritty too. The books really talk about sex in graphic detail as well. So I feel like it goes hand in hand with that, but I agree. It's lurid and exciting for people, I guess. Although, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I kind of wish that would go away, or just like, I don't know. When we were growing up, I feel like romance was shoehorned in every story, no matter what it
Right.
was. I think we're deviating away from that now, which is
Yeah.
good. But there's still like a lot of graphic
Yeah.
stuff in like regular shows.
Right. Breaking Bad didn't have
and
any
movies.
graphic sex, right? I don't think
It
so.
did. It did.
There was a scene where
remember.
Skylar gives a very enthusiastic
Oh,
hand
I
job.
remember that.
Well, there's that
While they're in the
one,
bed.
or when Walt tries to like not assault her, but like have sex with her and pull down her panties. There's when she
he like
cheated
kind
on
of
Walt.
forces himself on her.
There's a few. There's a few sex
Yeah.
scenes.
But I feel like it's always
But it's never shown in a positive way.
Yes.
There's no like hot
Exactly.
scene in Breaking Bad. It's all
that's
like
what I mean.
horrible.
Right.
It's integral to the drama that's going on.
Yeah, it's part of the drama
Right.
for
Right.
sure.
Whereas it's not just like a steamy love scene. It's like there's nothing worse than just sitting through it, like waiting. Like that show, I've never seen it, but Euphoria,
You know what
I
guilty of that?
imagine it's to be like that.
What'd you say?
I said, like, I've never seen Euphoria, but I, from what I understand, there's a lot of that. It's just like I hate sitting through this like graphic sex
Yeah.
or like teenagers having. I'm like, I hate this. I hate
The show
it.
that was guilty of it was The Sopranos, which kind of
yeah.
get like sometimes it would just be a little too much.
Yeah. True Blood also was another one where it was like every episode there was like that was basically like erotica.
That was
That one.
that show was basically like live action
Yeah.
erotica. It was just for people who were like horny
Oh,
for
like
vampires.
when I used to watch The L Word. Which is,
You watched the L Word?
of course, I watched The L Word.
Why?
Like, do I have to explain myself
Oh my
growing up?
God. A lesbian-centric drama.
Listen, research, okay?
What about Queer as Fuck?
Eh.
Queer as Folk. I watched that show. That show had a lot of gratuitous sex. That show was so insanely bleak. Oh my God. I mean, it was a depiction of the time, which was very bleak, but holy fuck. That show makes you feel like you have no hope in life. Yeah.
Can you watch Requiem for a Dream?
It's like every relationship you ever will have will be doomed, and you don't fit into society, and you'll be an outcast forever, and you should kill yourself.
Better you might get
Huh.
AIDS.
I should watch it.
Basically.
Oh, well, if AIDS doesn't get you first, you should kill yourself.
Right.
Literally. It's horrible. Also, and there's no such thing as a healthy, normal relationship. Only meaningless sex and partying and doing drugs until you kill yourself or OD or get AIDS. I mean, just to
So
simplify
wholesome.
it a bit. It's horrible.
The simple pleasures
It's
in
like
life.
Yeah.
Shameless. Shameless is like that.
It's horrible. It's actually kind of like the main character was supposed to be like always looking for like he was like a nerdy guy and he was like he always had trouble like finding like someone good, but then he would just like hook up with random people too. It was so fucked up.
Fugged up.
There was like a young kid in it who like falls in love as like a as like a immature teenager would with this guy who's like a mega slut whose sole purpose in life is just to hook up with as many men as possible. And this young guy like falls in love with it and then just gradually gets more toxic as he's sucked into this toxic world of clubbing and hooking up and doing drugs. Oh god. There was nothing else though. No other depictions. So. But I always knew like I wouldn't be one of those people. I wanted to be that one girl from the L Word that looked like a guy. That's who I wanted to be.
I also want to be a woman that looks like a guy. Now that's playing life on hard
Oh my
mode.
god. I think I am playing on a life on a higher level of difficulty.
You feel like progress so far has been pretty slow, and the game is a lot harder than you
It's
Well, I
like
think.
got some
when you play the South Park
I've
game
unlocked-
and you pick like a darker complexion and the game goes up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, have you felt like you're pretty under leveled so far for what you've had to deal with?
I was under leveled, but now I feel like I'm good. I've unlocked a few achievements in the last 7 years.
Yeah, once you get past the early game, it's definitely a lot better.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
Like I was struggling.
my game.
The whole the high school levels were a little tough just because like you didn't have like a lot of abilities.
4 years
Fortunately, my game.
So you just kinda have
my
to,
game
like,
has a
wing it.
game-breaking glitch in it. So
You soft lock.
Oh yeah, and it's like cloud save, so you can't go back.
Right.
yeah, there's no fixing my problem.
No save scumming.
You soft lock your game.
Yeah, you just have to like find a way around it.
Has anyone tried to mod their game? I haven't had any luck.
I mean, I've medical science has 14 times tried to modify my game, but it's failed every time.
Oh my god.
I've seen people do cheats and stuff, and they like change the color of their hair to like something crazy, or they get like a
that's
weird
just
tattoo
cosmetics.
on their
I
body.
dyed my hair black.
It's just cosmetic. It doesn't actually make the game
I
better.
dyed my
you
hair
know?
black once.
Did you really?
Black?
Is there a picture of this?
Yeah, somewhere.
You have to share with
I've
us.
seen your old piercings that you had.
Yeah.
I never got to see his old piercings.
He showed me a photo once.
Yeah.
Why'd you stop using them?
They always hurt. My tongue always kind of hurt, and my nipples always kind of hurt too.
What about your cock
Regard-
piercing?
Fortunately, I didn't have one of those. And then occasionally I wear earrings. I wore them like earlier this year, but I'm too old to be wearing like that one dangly earring that's the style now for every like third year. But yeah, but I dyed my hair black. Just I was in college. It was fun, and it didn't fit my complexion to say the least. It looked like I had it looked like I was wearing a wig. Seriously. I had to color correct, and then my hair was like a maroon color, like half red and half black.
Oh,
It
God.
was really strange. It was like lava.
I was never allowed to dye my hair. My mom was like way too traditional for that. I think one St. Patrick's Day, one of the kids like not dye, but used like the spray can for the hair to dye it green. Like that would simply wash out.
Yeah.
And she had like a heart attack. She like freaked the fuck out. There was one time in college I had one of my exes shave my head and I came home with a mohawk.
Oh, that's fun.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, my mom.
You got a photo of
She might, and I might have to ask her for it. What do you call it? My mom was very pissed off. But it was also like, I just want to see how I look, Mom. Plus, my life is spiraling out of control, so it's kind of pissed. I looked fine. It would have been a lot of upkeep, though, obviously.
Yeah. Well, there's always people who have it harder. So I can't complain.
I mean, I can complain for days, but you are correct as far as, like, there's degrees of hardship.
Oh, for sure.
Let's play the game of who's had it worst,
That's
and just rank our
a dangerous
experiences.
game. That's
Yeah, I don't wanna-
Because you
I don't wanna
can't
hash
quantify. Well, no, I mean, I say that as a
People do that all
well,
the time.
right. I make
Yeah,
a
but
joke
it's
as
not like a game.
no, but people do love to compare who is more marginalized. Where really, like, it's everyone's experience is different. Everyone's marginal.
You cannot actually
No.
compare to other people. It's so bad when people
I
try.
think the sad thing though is, like, okay, so like, accept that like everyone's experiences are different, but I think it is worthwhile saying like you can empathize with some shared experiences. Like even the three of us probably have shared experiences in ways that like things have not been ideal, or that things have been.
Retro game prices for
Right, right.
sure. The
So I
fall of
think
YouTube.
there was a
Star
point
Wars.
where, you know, people get so mad when they're like, "Oh, you don't know what it's like." Well, that's not necessarily true. Just because you don't know what it's like doesn't mean you can't empathize. You know.
Correct.
So like, why do that? Like, I found that like it's
Holy shit.
this is a good wont, isn't it? Wow, yeah, gold split.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Dude's now at Wells Fargo.
Anyway, I'll stop rambling. I don't know why I'm rambling.
I was telling him.
To all those people who say they had a hard life, I say, get good.
That's not entirely wrong though. You can't change anything if you just wallow in your own like problems.
Right.
I think I told you
Right.
before that life coach Jan Van Zant said this, and this is not wrong. He said people get stuck in their story, and it's true. If your story is always like, "Well, high school was horrible, people were mean, blah blah blah," it's like, yeah, well, high school is so long ago, or whatever your other problems are were long ago, and like to the point where it's like,
Yeah,
reinvent.
but it takes a while to sometimes get over a shitty man you've been built.
Well, of course, yeah, but you know,
Like
then
a
it's
long
up to
time.
you. It's up to you. You have to.
Right,
You
it
know,
just might
like,
not happen. You know, didn't happen right away. I
That was a
forget who
good
was
save.
telling this one time. They had gone through something traumatizing, and I told them like, you know, healing isn't really like linear, like a lot of people think it is. You're gonna make a lot of left and right turns, and just figure it out as you go.
Right, exactly.
If that makes sense. It takes a while.
Angela, you saved that tower in the wing cut.
Yeah, I've been trying to like start turning earlier so I can get to the tower better, but it turned too early, obviously.
Is that what Tot Quick is?
Yeah, tower of the wing cut.
I was telling him I just been making joke names for the acronyms. Of levels. Like WF, instead of Whomps Fortress, I call West Fargo.
Oh,
Bob is, I don't know, Bob's Furniture.
Bob's discount furniture. Oh my
Wow, that was
god!
almost really scuffed, but I
That
don't
worked.
know.
I mean, it worked. It was
Kind of.
terrifying. It was terrifying, but it worked.
That slide, that dive I do on the moving platforms is pretty
I know.
sketch. Alright, let's not miss. There we go.
You stupid bitch. God.
Little scuffed. That Tower of the Wing Cap, man. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's a gold Dark World, though.
The movement seemed really fast, even the sketchiness of it.
Yeah, I didn't maybe preserve as much speed during certain moments, but it was without any real extra
Right.
movements.
Right, exactly.
So
Did you
that's
change
a pretty
your
good gold.
headphones, Steven?
Yeah, sorry, my headphones died, so I moved to speakerphone.
Yeah, okay.
Is it suddenly louder? Is that why?
No, it sounded different, so I thought something was wrong with my headphones.
I don't know.
Almost scuffed that too. That's such a cool strat to get the island in the sky star.
Yeah.
Getting up there without a cannon is very, very
Yeah.
cool. Swag strat.
Yeah.
I think that strat perfectly illustrates the power of momentum in this game. Like, what is possible if Mario is going full speed and you have control.
Yeah.
And I like doing this moonwalk into the slide door.
It is cool.
You clip the very, very end of that corner while you're backwards. And what happens is, if you have that much momentum and you suddenly get on solid ground, Mario will just start sliding backwards really fast. So then you gotta like hold the opposite direction on the stick of where you want to go, and Mario will turn that way. So everything's reversed.
So much of the movement, it looks so easy, but I know there's like so much going on.
Yeah, having just good knowledge of just like how the platforming is coded, the physics, when Mario's gonna stand still, when he's gonna move, how much speed is preserved during each action. This star really is a bane of my existence right now. Just, I could do an easier version where I can, where I can miss more coins.
Right.
But I don't want to. I know I can do this one. I just have to play well. It's not out of my ability. It's just like I have to focus. Oh, come on, man. The fucking penguin. Fuck, man. Shit. He made me miss my second coin. Shit. Fucking cocksucker. Maybe I should have just let him pass. If I saw he was near me, I should have just fucking let him pass, man. I just held forward because I figured I could just get ahead of him. Get to the coins before he does, but he fucking pushed me from behind, and then I missed.
I know, I saw it unfold. It's so wonky. I mean, it's so slippy. I hate those slides.
Yeah, and his, like, the penguin's hitbox, like, extends further than his model does. So even when you think you have space, like, his model, his object will push Mario away in a weird direction. You can't accurately predict either which side Mario's going to be pushed from. It's really tough. Damn it. If you didn't push me, I would have had it, man. I wouldn't have missed a single coin.
It was a good run.
Yeah. Whomps and Dark World are starting to look better and better.
That's great.
Fuck, it's so hot. I'm like fighting this temperature.
I don't know
right
how
now.
you're doing it. Oh god.
I'm sweating. Like, my shorts are sweaty. My shorts are wet, and it's not because I'm excited. I should probably get more water. I love that. Love that bonk. The entrance to Peach's secret slide behind the stained glass. That area is so small, you cannot fucking jump in there in one motion. You have to
Yeah.
bonk. It's
I know.
required. They can't just jump in there normally. They have to fucking bonk every time. Fuck that stupid thing. The camera in there is also great. Anytime there's a small room where the camera can't fit in there, you just love these angles. It's always like really low and right behind Mario's ass. It's the only place the camera can go. And then if you try to move the camera, like God
I
help
know.
you.
Peach's Secret Slide is like so jank. That room, everything about it is so weird. Peach's Secret shit.
Her shitterus.
Not that.
It's not just shitter you, it's shitter us.
It's me, Mario.
Shitoris.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
I'm in the kitchen. I have my curtain closed between the living room and the kitchen to keep the AC in. And it's so hot out in the kitchen, dear God.
I'm dying. I feel like this room is Lethal Lava Land.
You're gonna light your butt on fire.
Go.
I wish I could have been a fly on the wall and watched Charles Martinet record all the lines for this
Yeah.
game
Yeah.
It's me, Mario.
and hear them uncompressed.
Yeah.
That would be something, to hear Mario 64 uncompressed audio voice lines.
Yeah.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Mario might actually sound human.
Toadstool.
I know. I really wonder.
The newest iterations of Mario is so funny hearing them speak. It's like he didn't really sound that way as a kid. It just sounded so he sounds fake, like a video game
Yeah.
character.
Right.
Power of compression. Those Star Fox 64 voice lines. Wow. What a huge
Just
difference.
a great moment.
The Giga Leak. Probably the only good thing to happen in
I
2020.
know.
We found out that L actually is real.
Yes. L is real. What does
Why is Nintendo so coy about that Luigi stuff? Why don't they just like share something like, hey, here's a screenshot of Mario and Luigi in Mario
They get
64.
weird about some of
We
these
never ended up
content.
making
They
it.
get really weird about that shit.
Like, you ask them in interviews and they're like, yeah, we had to cut Luigi, blah, blah, blah. But like, why don't you just give us a fucking screenshot? Show us what it looked like. I'm sure they have the materials.
Yeah.
What harm would that do? Just show the fans what it looked like. No, we have some grainy video of some convention in Japan that has it on the screen for 1 second or less. It's the grainiest video ever. That's all we get of Luigi in this game.
Right.
Just show us a fucking video.
I know. L is real. It actually says eternal star, doesn't it? What does it say?
It doesn't say
I
anything.
thought it was like gibberish or
It's gibberish.
or
And they use the same exact texture in Ocarina of
yes,
Time.
yeah.
For there's a tablet in Dodongo's Cavern that has the exact same writing.
Right.
Dodongo. Is that the weirdest Zelda name
It is
ever?
really weird.
Bongo Bongo.
Bongo Bongo. Bongo Bongo's pretty bad. Bongo Bongo.
Yeah.
Goma. What's another weird? Volvagia?
Yeah. Volvagia.
Really putting the vag in Volvagia.
Yeah.
The best boss, best design in all of Zelda remains
Oh.
Majora's Wrath.
Oh my god. Majora's Wrath is really cool.
That head just like appearing in the mid, like forming and then taking the
It's
lips
so
out.
cool.
It gets even taller.
It's
Holy
so cool.
shit.
It's disturbing, but in a good way. It's just so cool. So weird. Very disturbing.
All of its muscles and limbs just start like getting larger and getting more muscular.
Yeah.
So creepy.
Yeah.
Best boss fight ever. And what's really underrated are the voice lines and the noises that Majora makes while you're
Yeah, it
fighting
makes
it.
that like screaming sound, that echoey screaming sound. Yeah.
It's very high pitched. It's like a high pitched like shriek.
Mhm.
What's the most disappointing final boss for Zelda? One that you maybe were not like super thrilled about.
I mean, I'm not a fan of Yorg because you can't even really see what it is most of the time. Like,
Oh, I meant like final boss,
final
but yeah,
boss.
that
Oh.
works too.
Final bosses.
Yeah, Gorg, you can't really see what's going on
Right.
anyway.
Well, I guess final bosses. I didn't really care for Demise that much. I found
I thought you were
really.
gonna say that.
Yeah, it's just not really that. It's not like Ganon. It's some sort of other thing, or it's like a. I don't know what the fuck they were trying to go for with
Yeah.
that shit.
Well, it's the final boss that you don't even see until
Right,
the
you
end.
have that.
So there's no build up
You
at
have-
all to
Right,
fighting
you have that insane artichoke with the toes. Oh, that maybe if that counts.
The
Yeah, the
imprisoned.
imprisoned. That's so awful, and even
3 imprisoned
Ugh.
fights, and then you fight Demise. Again, like, no build up. You don't really see him as menacing because you've never seen him until now.
right, and I like the idea of Girahim being like Demise's sword or whatever. Like Fi is
A
yeah,
counterpart,
but
yeah.
Girahim is also so fucking lame and one of those like typical like feminine anime bad guys. I just I thought that was a miss. Yeah. So yeah, I
Right.
guess Demise I really
Tend to agree.
yeah. I'm trying to think.
I tend to agree. That seems about right.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, Twilight Princess is cool. Wind Waker is really awesome. Wind Waker is so cool because he's dressed in like, you know, a really Japanese outfit with those like dual swords. That
Mhm.
he looks
Long
yeah,
robes.
yeah.
he looks so fucking cool.
And he fucking
He has like the Gerudo symbols on the back
Yeah.
of his
and
robe.
how he like kills them is brutal, or a little more brutal, I should say.
Yeah, drives his sword right in his fucking
Yeah.
forehead.
I thought Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf looked really fucking awesome, and the Demon Dragon is awesome too. That all was really
Right.
good.
I
The
like
demon dragon.
Yeah. I remember, Angela, I had called that was probably the final boss, like way early on while we were still going through the game. I remember saying to you like,
Tread lightly.
Me, Mario.
"What are you talking about?"
I haven't gotten to.
that. Alan, a long time ago, you said you got the whole thing spoiled.
Yeah.
Kind,
Anyway,
kinda.
So you knew all of it.
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Specifically the dragon part. You said you like
Yeah,
literally
that's why
saw
I'm
all of
talking
that,
about it.
or you were told of all of that like a long time ago.
Hold on. I hear you talking.
Right, we won't speak on it more, but the only reason we brought it up because we figured
Yeah.
you already knew because you told us you already knew.
Alright, I
what
heard
the ending
nothing of
was.
what you just said in the last 20 seconds.
Okay.
I was
Sorry.
trying to tell you my headphone.
yeah,
like, I hit the thing.
When we beat the game, you had mentioned that your friends or
Yes,
somebody
the ending
like
is spoiled.
spoiled the
I don't know
entire
boss
thing for you.
order. I don't know who goes what in front of what. I don't.
Yeah, we're talking about the final boss, which you just said has been spoiled for you already for a while. What do you know?
I don't know actually. Now
Just to
I
get a
don't
sense
even
of like
remember.
what you know.
Fine.
Alright. Well, we won't speak on
Yeah.
it then. Can we talk about Breath of the Wild? I'm sure we've all seen the ending of Breath of the
Yes.
Wild.
Okay.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot.
Well, I thought both of those games had great final bosses. It really was a great culmination of everything that led you to them, which is
Right.
great. Whereas, as you said, like Demise was such an incongruous boss, like that nothing leads up
Yeah.
to it really well.
Mario.
Just kind of random.
In a way, Ganondorf is like that too in Twilight Princess. There's really
Right.
nothing to show Ganondorf as a threat
Right, because it's Zant.
Please come to the
until the
castle.
end when Zant is
Right, because
defeated.
you're really going for Zant is the bad guy, kind of referenced again and again by Midna.
Yeah, Zant is the one causing all the problems for you in the
Right.
game, attacking all of the characters that you meet, and just causing all the mayhem in each region that you
Yeah.
go to.
Right. Oh,
He is set up to be the final boss, and then there's a bait and
you
switch.
guys
Yeah.
can you guys can talk about the end of Tears. I've seen this. The third. They're
Okay.
talking about the third phase, I assume. Yeah.
The final part of the fight.
Right.
Yeah. We talked about this at length, but yeah, it's impossible to die once you get to that dragon section. Like you just can't
Right,
fuck that up.
right.
It's a victory lap, just designed to be epic, but not too difficult for the
Yeah,
player.
it's a victory lap.
Because they feel like, I mean, it's probably hard enough for players to beat Ganondorf that they don't want an extra challenge at the end where you can die or get stuck on, and then it's like the ending is now
Right.
locked from you because you can't pass that section.
Yeah.
Dread is kind of similar after you defeat what's his name? Ravenbeak.
Ravenbeak.
Ravenbeak, you can die, but it's if you do literally nothing in the last like scene.
Yeah.
Oh well,
I
I died
remember.
during that part
Yep.
because I didn't know you just had to hold the button
Oh,
down,
that's right.
or I thought you had to let go. Like you have to charge it up and then let go when it's fully charged, like
Instead
you
of just,
normally
like,
do in the
command
game.
arrow.
But you just have to hold it down and then not let go for the entire
yeah.
cutscene. And if you let go, then it ruins it. So I didn't know it was just like hold the button down.
Yeah.
So when Samus is like really like charged up all the way, I let go and then she just stops. I'm like, fuck.
I remember. That was so funny. I didn't.
And then I reloaded an earlier save, so I had to fight Ravenbeak
Yeah.
again.
We were there for that.
That was fun. Yeah. Good
Yeah.
times.
It's me, Mario.
It was a
That
fun
was
day.
fun.
It turned from play the first area, play the next area, and then we'll stop. Oh, okay, just play the whole thing.
It just
keep
goes
going.
to show how fun and awesome that game even is. That it's
Truly, Princess
that's a thing, you know.
Peach.
I didn't collect I barely collected any extra items, man. I was
I
so
know
underpowered.
that was hard. The end boss is hard even with everything collected.
Yeah.
It doesn't save
Totally.
you. You still need to you need to be good at parrying, and you need to be fast. Your reflexes have to be fast. It's like the Robo Chozo
Mhm.
warrior fights.
Oh my
Oh my god.
god.
Yeah, you just have to
On
memorize the
steroids.
moves and parry
Those made
everything.
you get fast quick. Those forced you very quickly.
I mean, unlike any other Metroid game, this made you have to be very fast, and you had to do the whatever the
The
phase
dash is
shift.
what saved my ass.
Well, yeah, it makes you.
Was it the phase shift where you can kind of
Yes.
teleport behind
Yes,
a little
it
bit?
makes you have to pull out all of your stops, but you also have to be really fast with the parrying. It's very reflex based, and I thought it was fucking
Very tight.
awesome. It was so epic. And
Right. After dying 10 times, when you finally kill it, you're like,
Holy
holy shit. I just
It
experienced
was,
something.
I remember beating him and this is Dark Souls. This is like the feeling you get from Dark Souls.
yeah, no, it is. And then they make you do the victory lap / escape sequence, which is so cool. And then the final amalgam horrifying Ravenbeak Braid.
The Eldritch
Right,
horror.
Braid, Ravenbeak, X-Parasite amalgam is just so grotesque. And the Metroid suit Samus, so fucking awesome.
It sure looks so epic.
Samus speaking with that
Quiet
Chozo
Robes.
and saying that she's gonna quiet. She's saying, "I'll take
Yeah,
care of it."
her only line in the game, she speaks Chozo. It's so good. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
That
That
where
game.
she's screaming.
She just says, "I'll eliminate this
Yeah.
threat."
Oh my god. I know. So good.
And then her struggling against Ravenbeak in the cutscene, being choked to
Mhm.
death, or being drained, and then she just screams like a mad woman and just tears his fucking
Yeah.
head off.
So good. That game is so good. Oh my god. I love the music is awesome. It doesn't reuse other Metroid music. It's just its own thing and it sounds so good. Oh my god.
It's really such a work of
And
art.
Fusion I love so much too. The X-Parasites are such a fucking cool thing in that game that they're so
Yeah.
devastating. The fact that they replace every creature with a hideous
Princess
duplicate
Peach.
is just such a
Yeah, if you
crazy concept. It's like the Thing kind of,
I
which is
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a thing. taking over, mimicking
which
life
is also
forms.
really a bleak movie. But
Fusion also relies a lot on its own original
yes,
music.
it does. I love the music in it too.
They nailed the Metroid ambience. It's exactly what the game
Yeah.
needed.
I love Fusion so much. It's so good. Oh my god. Well, every Metroid game except one is, well, maybe 1.5 are. Metroid 2 on the Game Boy is kind of rough, but all the other ones,
Dark.
everyone from Super Metroid onward, minus Other M, are really excellent, or just
Right. I mean, we got remakes of 1 and 2 technically that are excellent. Zero
Yes.
Mission is
Yeah.
excellent, and Samus Returns I love to death
good. Yes.
on the 3DS, even though it's on the 3DS.
Zero Mission is one of my favorite top 5 GBA
Yeah.
games.
I'm happy it's on Switch Online now. They shadow drop it.
Yeah.
Well, we knew it was coming. They had mentioned it earlier in the year, I think.
Hopefully the price drops finally because it's fucking expensive.
I'm sure it will. It also means Mercury Steam is probably working on another Metroid, a Dread follow-up, I'm sure, because it was successful. It was the best-selling Metroid game, I think, to date.
Yeah. It needs to be an original game, though. Please, no more remakes.
Oh, yeah, I don't think they would.
Prime 1 remastered, and then we also had Metroid 2 remake. That's enough.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get
don't need
Metroid 2. I mean.
Samus Returns, I mean.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know.
That's
I
a
can't
remake.
see them
Yeah.
remaking I can't see them remaking Super Metroid.
No, I don't
No.
want them to. Super Metroid
That's
already
what I mean.
exists.
I
They've
can't-
already made the
I
achievement.
can't see them
No
doing-
need to go back and retread things you've already done before.
It's perfect.
I'm so tired of remakes.
Yeah.
One or two a year is fine for like major franchises, but unless you're really adding something, I don't see the point.
Yeah.
Zero Mission and Metroid 1 are just so different in scope and gameplay that they could hardly even be considered the same
Absolutely.
game. That's how good that remake is. It's like a totally new
Yeah.
experience. Unless it's something like that, I don't see what the
And
point
Super
is.
Metroid is already so good on its own, and I think that, like, there are
Right.
things about it that are difficult. I think the wall jumping is really, really fucked, and I hate it. But everything else, I mean, also the screw attack sometimes is a little weird, like the feeling of it, but it stands
Yeah.
so well on its own that it doesn't need. I feel like if they made like quality of life improvements, it would actually ruin some of what makes that game like as good as it is.
Yours truly,
So
Princess
it doesn't need to be like Dread. Dread is so fast, like Samus moves so quickly, and when you phase shift too, you go even faster. Like, that's cool, but that doesn't necessarily work for Super Metroid. Super Metroid is a little bit more like take your time kind of thing.
Agreed.
But maybe they could make that fucking one missile tank a little bit more obvious, those fucks. Or there's a room that I think it's in it's like really deep in whatever that lava area is, and there's like rock formations that look like Ridley's face, and you can actually, there's an exit but it's not obvious. You just have to walk off the screen. I'm like, where am I going? And there's no door. It's just you literally walk through the like side of the screen. That's a little weird.
I remember that.
Yeah. Maybe that's in like Lower Norfair or something like that. But also, Meridia is so long and slow.
Yeah, it's a slog.
Slog. To get the like that one, the It's not the spider ball. It's like that one power up.
Grapple?
What?
Grapple or gravity
I think
suit?
it's for the morph ball. It allows you to like jump as the morph ball. You have to go all the way to the end of the earth, and there's that digging robot. Like,
The spider ball doesn't exist in that game. It's for something else.
right, but I can't
forgot.
remember what. The spring ball, maybe.
Spring ball, yeah.
Spring ball, super.
That sounds right.
It's from the glass tube. Yeah. Spring ball. It's like so far out of the way, and it doesn't do anything for you in the game.
I remember we went out of the way to get that, and it was just like,
Yeah.
what was this for? In a good thing is that the game has so many abilities that are not required to finish
Yes.
the game. You know, it is cool that like you pretty much just choosing to explore the planet in your own way, and it's gonna be
Yeah.
unique. The fact that they were able to pull that off is very cool.
Right. Yeah.
Very non-linear
Yeah.
gameplay.
Yep.
That's why people go back to that game. It's just unique and stands on
It's
its own.
so good. I love it.
Why is this level so bad?
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Yeah, I don't think good games really don't deserve remakes.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if they're already good, just simply like porting them to a new system would be fine. Putting them on NSO is fine. It's fine in my opinion.
Yeah.
NSO, I mean, they still are never going to fix the input lag problem. I mean, it makes most of those games unplayable, especially 3D games.
Yep.
I don't want to imagine what GoldenEye feels like.
Oh yeah.
Or Perfect Dark, I mean, and Turok.
Yep.
They're too busy going after ROM sites. Bro, fix your fucking emulators.
Oh shit, it's almost 1 in the morning. Alright
Yeah.
guys, I'm gonna have to head out.
All right.
bro.
Yeah.
Be well.
I'm gonna go
Good luck
shortly
tomorrow.
too. Yep. Good night.
Laters.
Just saying, good luck tomorrow, work guys.
What?
I was saying good luck tomorrow, work guys.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yep. Likewise.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Light.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'll probably go shortly whenever you're done.
Alright. I'll see how far I go.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I'm sweating. What else has been going on?
I'm just so happy about Metroid.
Yeah, Metroid Prime 4. It's real.
I know, it's real.
We've actually seen gameplay.
Yes.
It's officially a real thing. It's not
Yeah.
fake.
Yep.
For so many years, it's been a fake game.
It's a meme. I knew it would be eventually here, but
Yeah. But like Dread, I mean, you don't know how long you're gonna wait.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I hate to be negative in terms of like criticizing the very short teaser that they put out. Like, of course the game's not finished yet, but I think they finally decided enough is enough. The fans should know that the game is actually very well into
Yeah.
development.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't borrow too much from previous titles. I hope it kind of forges its own way and does its own thing.
I hope so. We seem to be in a good era where games, at least most of the first-party Nintendo games, are really trying to do something new and fun. And I think only Pokemon is a constant disappointment. Everything else has been
We've been on the up and up for other
Yeah.
franchises.
everything has been
Dear Mario, please
you
come
know,
careful.
everything else has been really a hit.
Yours truly,
Like Pikmin 4, Luigi's Mansion 3, Mario Wonder, Mario Odyssey, both Zeldas, Link's Awakening. I
Is Mega Man just a dead franchise?
It's fucking dead. It's fucking dead.
it's fucking dead. It's so sad to
I
me,
don't
man.
know.
Mega Man could have gotten into 3D just like every other IP did, and they could have just made 3D Mega Man games. They just couldn't figure out how to do it, unfortunately.
Capcom just has a penchant for milking things until the cow is a skeleton, or just
Right.
making things bad that were not bad to begin with. They make them bad.
I don't know. They're so focused on Resident Evil right now, they realize that's a big
Yeah.
moneymaker. They're already remaking. Resident Evil 1 remake is getting a remake. Like we're at that level now.
How could Mega Man like Mega Man, Rockman Dash, Mega Man Legends, like, is its own thing. It's very unique. It's lovable. I don't know if there's any other way to get Mega Man into a 3D environment that would actually be fun, because otherwise it'd be like a first-person shooter.
No, definitely not thinking first-person
Yeah.
shooter. I think Legends had the right idea where they made him
please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
third-person perspective and had exploration as a big gameplay
Yeah.
element, as well as like RPG features such as, like slowly getting stronger and upgrading your Buster, giving yourself more movement options. I mean, think of Dread. I know that game is in 2D, but Samus has really nothing in the beginning, but you get so many cool options for combat, for
Yeah.
movement, that make the gameplay really fun because you just start attacking things in a very creative way. The way you decide to run and shoot can be your own personal experience. The movement is everything. What Mega Man Legends lacked is definitely movement. There was just very clunky to get
Yeah.
around. So if they somehow revisit that and just like allow you to do more, like run and jump and have more freedom of movement,
Right.
I think it would be cool. I just want to see him like run and gun, like get into a room with a bunch of enemies and just have him like wall jump off a wall, like shoot missiles or something. Charge
Yeah.
shots. Have cool weapons.
Ye-
It's all I want, bro.
Yeah.
And it could be RPG, like, you can still have, like, imagine just dropping into a dungeon and just going through rooms full of enemies, just making your way around, finding power-ups and
Yeah.
treasures. It's cool.
Yeah.
Or maybe that trend just died in the 90s and early 2000s.
I know.
I miss games like that, where you're just like, it's an adventure game.
I
You explore places. You walk
I
around.
know. I think that's the problem, is that a lot of those older genres are gone because everyone wants. We just talked
Yeah.
about it. Like, Metroid is a hard sell because it's like, isolating. It's not a multiplayer experience. It's not exactly an RPG, but there's like a storyline.
Not
There's
really.
a progression to it. There's a lot of backtracking and like puzzle solving in terms of like where you can and cannot go, what to come back to.
Yeah.
But so many modern games are just like, everything is a Souls-like, which is not, ideal for everyone. But everyone,
Have you seen people play Elden
Ugh.
Ring? I can't for the life of me get interested in that combat. It looks so
I know.
silly.
I mean, as soon as I'm done with this game, I will be playing Dark Souls, so I will report back on if it's fun or not.
Dark Souls might have had the secret
Yeah.
sauce, but Elden Ring as like a copy. I'm watching people, and it's just like the enemies are doing all these attacks, which look
Yeah.
really cool. But you dodge the attacks the same
Right.
way, no matter what attack it is. You just roll
Yeah.
out of the way.
Yeah.
It's like you're spamming this like dodge button a million times, hitting the boss like twice, and then running away and
Exactly.
dodging more. Like your character's just rolling on the floor the entire
Yes.
fight. I don't know what's so appealing about it. I really don't. I would have to play it to really figure it
Yeah,
out.
I think it's like the fluidity of combat is appealing to people. Like parry, strike, retreat, strike, parry.
That's so boring.
I
to me.
know.
I've played games like that. It's just
Right.
I don't like the whole like
I think like
you know you ever face bosses in a Nintendo game where it's like you can only get damage them for like 1 second and then you have
Yes.
to retreat and like wait for another
yeah,
cycle to
yeah,
happen.
oh yeah. Yeah, that's not fun, certainly.
It's basically
Right. I thought that, like, well, the Ravenbeak fight is an interesting example because it is very like that. But I mean, the game also it doesn't just make you suddenly have to do that. Like the Robo Chozo warriors are hard, and because they make you look for those moments where you have to do like the melee attack. But
Yeah.
the Ravenbeak fight is like a lot of that, but it is satisfying because you are using everything at your disposal. So I feel like it's earned, especially when you win. It feels really earned. Versus like this game I'm playing now, all the boss fights have been puzzle boss fights. So like you have to hit the colors in order, and you don't even like really. You don't risk like really losing. It's impossible to lose, basically. So I don't know. Versus other games where like the bosses can just can kill you in one shot if you don't get out of the way, and like
Yeah.
we're waiting
I know.
endlessly.
But Ravenbeak, to be honest, Ravenbeak, going
Yeah.
back to that, he's vulnerable pretty much all
Yeah.
the time. Like, you can be doing damage the entire fight. It's just dodging that's
Yes,
the problem.
yeah.
You know, it requires a lot of movement to, like, not get hit. But he's always
Yeah.
vulnerable.
Yeah, you can
know?
blast them continuously.
A lot of the bosses are pretty much always vulnerable. You just keep shooting at it until it
Right.
dies. It's such a delicate balance
Yeah.
designing like bosses and enemies.
Right.
Like you don't want them to be a sponge where you're just like attacking them for like 3
Oh my
hours. You don't want them to be just like this stupid grind where you have to like hit them once, then retreat, then wait, and then hit them once and then
Yeah.
retreat. And just slowly tick the boss health down.
Yeah.
And then he like regenerates health, so you gotta
Oh
do
my
it
God.
again. Like war of attrition type
Yeah,
of fights. I don't like
No.
those.
No, that's certainly boring. I'm trying to think what are the best and worst like Zelda bosses of all let's say 3D Zeldas.
I really liked, obviously, we said Majora already. Like, all 3 phases, they kind of make a pretty good use of, like, most of your items.
Unless
Each phase has to be attacked very differently.
right. Unless you have the Fierce Deity mask, in which case you just literally shred through all 3 of them.
Right. Then, in that case, there is
No.
no strategy. You just hit B until
Yes.
you win.
But you've earned it.
But each phase has to be attacked pretty
Yeah.
differently. Ocarina of Time, it's a little strange. I think they were going for a more cinematic type of ending than a straight up
Right.
fight.
Right.
It is slightly disappointing to have Ganondorf be a copy of the Phantom Ganon fight, which you
Yeah.
already did. But it's just a little bit more steps to it in that you gotta hit him with a
Yeah.
light arrow. And then there's a castle escape, and then there's like the proper Ganon fight.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, it's
Yeah.
great. It's very iconic.
Well,
It doesn't exactly make use of like everything you've learned in the game or all your items. I mean, most of your items are pretty worthless.
yeah,
But it's hard to include everything.
it is. I'm trying to think. Well, other bosses like in Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask, I guess, has like 4 bosses and then some mini bosses. But yeah, Gorg, I'm not crazy about. I like Adolwa is cool.
Adola, yeah. Masked Jungle
Yeah.
Warrior.
And I like
It's a creative,
it's creative.
boss.
And even Goat is creative in the sense that it makes you have to use. I mean, obviously, each one of them make you use the masks that are corresponding
Yeah.
to. Although
Well, arguably,
I was just gonna
Adola
say,
does
arguably,
not.
yeah, that one it discourages you from attempting to use it. Although, isn't there something like if you hit him with the bubble or something, it does damage to him or something?
No, there's a yellow flower in the middle of the arena that you can go into
Yeah,
as Deku
yeah.
Link. And I think the intended strat is you go into the flower
Oh, and
and you can drop Deku Nuts
yes,
on top of him to
yes,
stun
that's
him.
right.
But doing so is very
Yeah.
difficult. Like, borderline, like, impossible.
I thought there was.
and
I
not
thought there
worth
was
it.
some sort of thing with the bubbles, but maybe not. Or maybe that was in the 3DS version. But
Probably
I know
3DS.
that you can die in one go if you go into his fire or whatever.
No. Oh, if
If
you're
you're
Deku
Deku Link.
Link, yeah, because
Yes,
you'll
yeah,
void out.
I mean, yeah. But
Yeah, you'll void out if you touch fire, which is an interesting
Yes.
mechanic. Just voiding out unintentionally and then having to reload
Right.
the room. Yeah, the Twin Mold fight is pretty
yeah,
not fun.
Twinmold, I agree.
Yours truly,
Using the Giant's Mask on paper, it's like, wow, I'm really powerful now. But the reality is you can barely see because the camera can't handle
Right.
his size. You can't even see where the fucking Twin Mold snakes are coming
It's
from.
so weird.
And they're still only vulnerable in the head and tail. And 90% of their body is not head or
Right.
tail.
I know.
So it's like, it's still very hard to hit that shit with
Yeah.
your sword.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
As an aside, the entire Stone Tower environment plus
I
the
hate
boss
it.
fight
I hate
arena, it's one of the coolest and most interesting places in
I
all of
hate it.
Zelda. In my
It
opinion.
is, but I just can't stand it because it's so hard to figure out where you are and like what you're doing. I think I followed a guide that just said like aim for this chest, get this like because it was very difficult for me to like right side up, upside down, like
Right.
it was I thought it was really unique and cool, but I did not care for it so much.
So actually just like navigating through the dungeon is
Yeah.
like a whole other thing. But in terms of presentation, it's just so wild. Oh my
Yeah.
god. It still stands out to me so much. The fact that there's Triforce symbols underneath the moving
Yeah.
blocks near the entrance. So when you turn it upside down and you walk
Yes.
across, why the hell are there Triforce symbols under the statue? Why is there this giant head, this giant face? Who is that from? Where is this tower? How is this tower just like impossibly tall? Why are there
very
no people
weird.
here? Why is the arena this like sand area with like towers resembling Majora's Mask's like image? Oh my god, it's just so
I mean,
so
I really
strange.
like it as the weird sequel that does something new, just like Metroid Prime 2 Echoes is the weird sequel that does something new. It doesn't necessarily work
Yeah.
all the time, but it's certainly very iconic. It's very
Right, for the same reason, I love like the Aang
yes.
And the the dark aether where the Ing live is just so strange looking,
strange.
swampy, just a really oppressive atmosphere.
Yeah.
Everything's just kind of ruined. It's like fucking Stranger Things upside down before
Right.
Stranger Things.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's our world, but just
Right.
different,
Right.
grotesque.
Yeah.
I like how in some parts of Dark Aether, like the rooms are flooded, where in the the real room in the light world is not.
Oh, yeah.
There's like things are just very different in the alternate
Yeah,
version.
and like disturbing. It's cool. Yeah,
Like light aether is like, okay, I'm on an alien planet. There's like threatening life forms around, but then you get to dark aether, and it's like now I'm in like fucking and like the Alien the movie, like a really like insane, oppressive alien
Yeah.
planet where everything is trying to kill him.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So good.
It.
Echoes had a great soundtrack.
I was just thinking
too.
about it. Yeah, it was entering my mind as we were talking about it. Yeah, the Lumina.
And all of that is undone by Samus's Zero Suit model at the
Oh
end.
God, she looks so insane and bad.
She looks so bad. It's bad.
So bad. I am of the belief that they are not going to remake or remaster rather Prime 2 and 3. I do not think.
You think that's
I think it's off the table. I think the first one is it's so iconic. It's so good. I keep saying iconic, but it's so.
It's the favorite. It's the favorite of the three.
It's
obviously.
so beloved. It's so perfect. It's just so good.
A lot of people who own GameCube have played it. A lot of people who own GameCube never played 2 and 3.
Yeah.
They're the player base of the actual base of people who grew up with 2 and 3. It's very small.
Yeah.
I feel.
Yeah.
They did not sell the way
Right.
1 did.
Right.
If you're banking on nostalgia for sales, if it's a game that nobody played, it's going to be hard to make
And I
money off
really
that.
think that if they were to be like, oh, Prime 2 remastered, I think that it would see way less sales than Prime 1. I just
Of
very
course.
strongly suspect.
There's barely any people excited to play Prime 2 again.
Right.
Unless they like revamp everything and just it's no longer Metroid Prime 2. Like imagine they got rid of like ammo and stuff.
God. Which, I mean, hey, it's different. You just had to get good and
Right. For us it's not a big deal
Yeah.
because those gameplay aspects were not like the worst
No.
thing ever. It's just different. People were just very hard-headed.
or
If you were running out of ammo, you were doing something
yeah,
wrong.
you're just bad at games. I mean, it's
Right.
stressful in the beginning when you're like you have barely any health and you go to Dark Aether and you're like, getting hurt by the environment
Yeah.
constantly.
You're
yeah.
dying.
But eventually, very quickly they start to like allow you to get like more equipped to handle it.
Yeah. You get the dark suit so
Yeah.
early, and that like all but eliminates the damage you get from breathing in the
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
It makes it like so
Right.
manageable. You get it right there in the beginning and not gone waste after like the
Yeah,
first
and by
boss.
the end, obviously you have like the light suit. You can just go wherever and you're not harmed anymore.
Right.
But yeah, it's not as beloved. It has issues, and then Prime 3 just feels like a worse Halo. Yeah, which is really unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, the Xbox 360 playing Halo 3, I mean, it was doing some cool things. Prime 3 was not. They were trying to. There was, some of those sequences I think about were cool, but like the space pirate attack on the Federation ship that you're on. There were some things I liked about it. Like I liked
It's me, Mario.
the Federation ship Valhalla that was like crashed, and
It was a derelict vessel where everyone on
where
board
did
was
you
dead.
derelict?
And it was
Derelict
creepy.
my balls.
Derelict my balls. I can derelict my own
Thank you
balls,
very
thank you very much.
Um, God, no, yeah, that part was so creepy. I love that. I love that
You liked it because it was like Prime 1. That's why
yeah,
you liked it
it
so
was
much.
Metroidy. It was the abandoned.
Yes, returning back to why Metroid Prime is so good. Because you start on a derelict vessel in Prime
Yes.
1, and the atmosphere is just out of
Right,
this world.
right. That was
You're trying to piece together what happened and how everyone got killed.
I like the Aurora unit is cool idea. I like how they're like, it's like Mother Brain. It's like some weird brain entity. I like how
Yeah, it's an organic supercomputer, which is a cool
yeah,
idea.
and they've obviously like revisited that idea with not only Mother Brain, but then also like those whatever units in Metroid Dread that also were like controlling each area.
Oh yeah,
Those
yeah,
two
yeah.
very similar kind of ideas. I like also in the end the final boss is like Dark Samus, who they stole the Aurora unit from that derelict ship, which is why.
Yeah, you can see where it used to, like, that room where it's supposed to be in, and it just, like, totally
Right,
ripped
but that
out.
they reveal that way later because you can't really go through it that far.
Yeah, yeah, right. You have to find all the energy cells. It's like the fetch quest in that game. You have to find energy cells across, like, all the different planets. And then when you have enough, you can finally open the doors on the Valhalla
Right.
ship. And then you get to Phase.
Right, and I think Phase is so fucking stupid. I hate it.
Yeah. I liked when she gets to Phase, her like suit is so overloaded with
Yes.
Phazon that you no longer have health. You just have this like meter that's
Yes.
filling up, and you have to like
Expel.
release the Phazon from your body to expel it because it's
Yes.
like killing you. So then you're just like shredding all of these
Yep.
enemies. They made Phazon mode so
Yes,
broken.
yes.
So overpowered. Why would you use anything else? but
I
that?
know. You consume an entire energy tank and just blast. I didn't even use it that much just because I was like, you know, I mostly used it in boss battles, or occasional parts where it would be difficult, but for the most part, I didn't really use it too much because I didn't need it.
Oh, I abuse the shit out
Yeah.
of it. Especially when you're defending the bomb
I
from
was
the space
just
pirates
thinking about that part.
on the
Yeah,
moving
in
platforms.
Skytown.
That's a big fight.
That's a cool part, yeah. I think I did use it there, actually, come to think of it, too.
You kind of have to, because there's like big ships that you have to shoot
Right.
down, and there's a ton of pirate troopers
Yeah.
there. What a great moment. And then you drop the bomb.
Right.
That's awesome.
Skytown's definitely the best area, for sure.
Yeah.
Skytown's really cool.
Music is so good, and I love just gazing out at the
Yeah.
environment.
That would look good.
I like things that are abandoned, like in Prime 2, you had the Sanctuary Fortress. It's abandoned, but there's all these robots that are automated and just doing their automated tasks still, roaming around. Skytown had these robots that were
They're
harmless.
like steampunk robots, too.
Steampunk robots that were just running around doing various chores. And you can shoot them and break them, but like they were just totally harmless, locked into their programming. Even though everyone is gone, they're just still there doing their work. So cool. I love environments like that.
Metroid does like abandoned really good. They just, they need to do like biological research, alien life form, abandoned space things. That's all really cool. And then like looming, shadowy assassin threats are also pretty good.
Yeah.
The SAX, oh fuck. The SAX is just so fucking cool. Oh man. Yeah. All of that. The Emmy robots are cool too. Just Yeah. But yeah, so I really don't think that we'll see a Prime 2 remake, or I keep saying remake, but I mean remaster.
Right.
I don't think we'll see it. Well, fans are so annoying too. I have to say, like, fans are
They don't know what they
know
want.
what they want, but if they whether they get it or they don't, they're such little bitches about everything. Like, oh, this isn't what I wanted, or oh my god, this is like they just are. I'm glad that Nintendo can't listen to these stupid fans because fans think they know.
They better
Right.
not.
Right, and they don't seem to be, which is why I think they're successful. So somehow they are just edging people non-stop with a tiny trickle of online games as part of their NSO. They're just edging people.
I'm feeling very edged.
Yeah. Every time a new game comes out, everyone's like, oh, that's awesome. And it's just like, is it though?
Why are you happy? Why are you guys clapping? This is
Right,
nothing.
why?
The Wii had like triple the amount of games
And they
available.
were cheap.
They were cheap as fuck, and they all worked. And once you bought the game, you didn't have to buy them again
Right.
later. There was no subscription.
You didn't lose access to them if your subscription wore out.
Yeah. You can play them offline
Right.
easily. They're actually downloaded to your Wii. You have
Yeah.
the game.
When I think actually they on the update 2 included Zelda 4 Sword Adventures and Link to the Past on GBA. I'm like, great. Well, you can play Link to the Past in another fucking place. Like, who cares? Like, them porting over like Super Mario Advance is like so silly to me. Like, and making it like.
I know, it's like that game is a remake of the real like Mario. Like why port this like
Or it should-
remake that's already
Right, or it
outdated?
should just be like table stakes. I hate using that expression, but like it should just already be there. They shouldn't announce it as a separate coming. It should just be like, oh yeah, these are of course there because if you, for some reason, I don't know why, we're compelled to play compressed, annoying audio versions of NES titles.
Right.
But-
It's like, did you ever? It's like you're not even playing it on a handheld anymore. It's like you're playing this GBA game on the big
Right.
screen. It's gonna be stretched to shit. The sound is bad. It just looks bad.
Yeah. And somehow that has fans, quote unquote, people are like content with that. They're content to. I
don't
know.
bro.
It's just like, okay, then truly don't listen to these fans because if they're cool with that, then they're really stupid as fuck. Fans are stupid as fuck. I mean, I see it in these reaction videos on YouTube, and I see it as like these dissection videos of every.
Be careful with those, because they're also like doing their best to like
Of
ham
course,
it up
of course.
for the
Yeah.
camera. It's not a real indication of what they're really excited
Yeah, no,
about.
for sure. But I think like most of the commentary that I've seen, or like people on Reddit or whatever, are like just excited.
Yeah,
I
I
just
know.
I don't like that there's a culture of picking apart every morsel for games that don't even come out. It's like what Alan was saying earlier, like making judgments about a game that isn't out and probably the meat of is not even revealed. I just think,
Yeah, like speculating on things that haven't happened yet in gaming is like a tale as old
Yeah.
as time. I don't know why people continue to
Right.
do it. They'll just be wrong always.
someone on that IGN podcast said something really insanely stupid. Oh yeah, they were saying when Breath of the Wild was first teased, they were like dissecting it, and they were like, "Oh look, there's a pea hat running around in the background," and it was a guardian, of course, and they thought it was a pea
Yeah.
hat, and then he's like, "Oh, that was really cringe of me," and it was like, "Yeah, you fuck nugget, like maybe like wait."
That's what you get for just like making insane
Yeah.
claims.
Exactly. So that's what like
Yeah, that happens all the
It
time.
does.
How could remember the first Breath of the Wild teaser where Link is on horseback and fighting
Yeah.
the Guardian? How on earth could you have predicted what the game was gonna look like based on that
Right.
teaser? That teaser told you nothing about the game.
Exactly.
That is if you take someone who's played through Breath of the Wild a million times, you show them that and they're like, yeah, that really doesn't get into like anything of what the game
No.
can do.
Exactly.
That's the same way I view this Metroid Prime 4
Yeah.
teaser.
Yeah, be excited for what it shows you and anticipate that there's going to be a lot more. And it will be fun. At the end of the day, it will be fun.
They're just showing you a little something to get you excited, get
Yep.
you hyped, but that is not what the game is
Yeah.
gonna look like.
Wow, this is another...
My attitude...
Oh, sorry.
Go
No,
ahead.
another good Dark World, I was going to say.
Yep. Let's see if I can finish one run. Probably not, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's just fun
Yeah.
to chat. I can't believe it.
Did you miss the throw?
By a cunt hair. It doesn't miss that much time. Oh, whatever. It's fine. But, what were you saying?
Just picking apart trailers. This new Zelda game, too, is probably going to
I
be
know.
so much fun.
Speculation.
It looks so cool.
It really helps so much to get off the internet sometimes.
Yeah.
Like even like hearing, like reading insane comments from people online. Just, oh, this game looks like trash. How do you justify yourself? How do you act
Right.
this way?
Well, you know, I usually try to take a kind of a unbiased, well, or rather, like I try to take like a positive outlook on certain things that I, have faith in. Other things are like, maybe I'll give it a chance or whatever. But I agree. Like sometimes I'll read comments. I did read comments for some of the games when they were just released on Reddit, usually so that people could actually like form a sentence and not just like a YouTube comment.
Right.
But I was curious what the consensus was. Most people, it was just like excitement. It wasn't really like trying to look at every detail. YouTube recommendations are annoying now because it's like I watched like
I know.
one game explained video about things that I had already like observed, and now the idiot mob begins. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I feel happy about stuff. I feel like more than anything else, like Nintendo's the only game maker at this present time whose games I'm excited about as of their reveal, like a movie.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. It's just the time that we live in,
But how can anyone see that Zelda trailer and just think, "Oh, this is bad. This is not what I wanted"?
I know.
Bro, you haven't seen barely any of it
Yeah.
yet.
Here's an interesting maybe comparison point is like that Princess Peach game. When I saw it,
Yeah.
I just sort of I saw what the gameplay was, like very, very simple hack and slash, and then like some other like mini games and stuff. And there's sort of criticism right away of people who are like, "Oh, this is just like a collection of mini games." But then there was a lot of other people who were just like, "Oh, I just want to play as Peach, ooh woo." And I just kind of was like, yeah, like it doesn't seem like from everything that I've seen that it's a game that I would want to play.
Yeah, it's
right,
not for
it's
you.
not for me. But I recognize like it probably is fun for, littler kids.
Somebody.
Yeah, kids and parents who want to play a game together. Like it's very easy. And then I did demo it at the Nintendo store, just out of boredom. I was like, oh, I'll play this. It's here, and I was like, yeah, this game is very easy. It's like I was gonna say it's like Kirby. It kind of reminded me of Kirby a little bit, but Kirby is a little bit more difficult, quote unquote. Um, and I'm like, yeah, this game isn't for me. But I didn't like lose my shit over it. I was like, not every game. That's kind of
Right.
an interesting thing, maybe now, is that like every gamer demands like a game be exactly like what
Specifically
for
for
them,
them.
yeah, and can't accept otherwise. And I was,
So
yeah,
weird. It's a weird way to
it
think.
is. Because I guess maybe they think this way because gaming is sometimes like an isolating experience. You just have what you like and whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
weird.
But I was fine with that. But these other games, I can just sort of already look at it and be like, yeah, that looks like something I would enjoy. So
Everyone's taste is
right.
different, man. If I had a kid, we'd probably be playing the Princess Peach
Oh
game.
yeah, it'd be fun. And same for those Dragon Quest remake games. Like, yeah, they look beautiful. They look good. I'm sure they're like good, but
Yeah, I'm sure they're
it's just
good.
not kind of my immediate thing. But yeah, I have faith. I definitely will buy them right away and play them right away.
Ba 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 ba.
That was a good cool mountain. Jeez.
Yeah, a little bit of a silly part, but I got through it without
Yeah.
missing a coin. It's a bit of a silly goose.
Well, and it's nice too to be excited about something. Like,
Yeah,
isn't that
for
so
real.
sad that like we can't be excited about like movies or shows that we once loved, but we can be excited about video games. It's the one thing I have left, actually, thinking about it, to be excited about. That's crazy.
Wow. Nice
Yeah,
gold. By like a couple of seconds.
that was good movement on the Boo boss fight. Big Boo's balcony.
Big boob. I went too fast.
Did you miss Mips?
Yeah, but I
Alright.
got him now. I went too fast.
yeah.
I should have just slowed down. That was my
Ah.
fault. I could see myself like getting really close, and then I saw myself going past him. I went right past the fucking
Right.
rabbit. I was like, "Oh, you're actually supposed to be
Yep.
ahead of me." Oopsie daisy.
Princess Daisy. Yeah. I hadn't even really thought about that ever. How games are really the only thing that I actually get like excited about, like anticipation. Isn't that so weird?
Oh my god.
There's some weird things going on in the Shifting Sandland, I see. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my
dude.
god.
I did not mean to slide. I hit B to like dive into the hole, but I slid instead.
Oh my
Right into the other
god.
star. OM fucking
Are you gonna keep going?
No. I just spent like a minute getting that, trying to get that other star, and I got a different one by mistake. That's a
I didn't
minute
realize
time
it was
loss.
that bad. Oh shit.
Yeah, dude. I went on all fucking 4 pillars.
Right, no, I know.
To get.
And then backtracked on the pillars, too.
Yeah, yeah. I missed one of them. OM fucking G.
Holy shit.
That is. You really just live for these moments where the run dies in a spectacular
Clip it.
way. That's never happened before, to me personally, but now it has.
Clip that.
Yours truly,
Yo, chat,
Oh
clip
my.
that. Also, hit the bell and subscribe.
Ew. Oh my gosh. Well, that's a new one.
Ow! That's a new one. I will be working from home tomorrow as well, and I will definitely not be doing any work. That I already know. I have
I
foreseen
know. I am also working from home and similarly anticipate doing very little. Hopefully.
You don't have to stay up if you're tired. I'm just gonna
That's okay. I'll stay up
get
just for
through
a little
this.
bit longer.
Alright.
That's...
Well, I appreciate the company.
I'm watching a Reddit video. I don't know if it's true of a guy who like pranks their mom by like streaming a fake video to their TV that made it look like there was a government like shelter in place.
I've
Oh
seen
yeah,
those.
with an alien invasion.
I find them a little fucked up because they make their parents like really
I
fucking scared.
I know.
How was their reaction?
She's freaking out. Like screaming and freaking out. Oh god.
Yeah, those are funny, but then I think about how freaked out they get. must be really shitty.
Yeah.
I like more harmless pranks.
Yeah, I agree. See what's on the old dumping ground of Reddit.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Oh god.
I booted up Smash a couple days ago. Played online for a few matches.
Oh
Smash
yeah, how was
Ultimate.
that?
Torturous. My game lagged
Oh
so bad.
god, yeah.
I was trying to like hit him and then everything stops.
Yeah.
And like the loading screen, the loading symbol came on. Started
Oh
buffering.
lordy.
And you start playing in like stop
Yeah.
motion. So fun. Thanks Nintendo. This wonderful experience. Why do I pay for online again?
To be tortured.
To be tortured.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, then I get walloped by DLC characters for like half an hour.
How about another Sora Sephiroth?
I just get fucked up by Sora Hero from fucking Dragon
Yeah.
Quest. And last but not least, the Titty Sisters.
Oh, of course.
Poor Captain Falcon just has no tools, no options, no recourse, nothing to stop himself from the rape that occurs.
Yeah.
He's just dead in the water.
Right.
There's nothing you can do.
No.
You just get fucked. Oh, and then I encountered a Roy. Man, his sword's pretty fucking long.
Oh, Roy. Yeah.
Roy from
Right,
Fire
right.
Emblem. Yeah, and he hits like a fucking truck.
Yeah, I don't really like playing Smash. It's okay sometimes, but
Understandable.
online I have never attempted, nor would I really be interested.
Totally understandable.
Yeah.
Another problem is that I've reached like Elite Smash, which is after you win a bunch of times. You get Elite Smash, and then you like start being paired against players who are also in Elite Smash. Which means like you're fucked.
Yeah.
Like the people that you're gonna be fighting are so much better than you.
Right.
Fucking
Splatoon
hell.
was like that also. It's just so not fun when you're just obliterated over and over, and there were not enough people.
It's not even
Right,
close.
there were not enough like average level players. You'd get matched with the same teams over and over and over again. That would just annihilate you again instantly.
Yeah.
So bad.
I don't like getting annihilated in games. That's
I
not
don't
very fun.
either. Like, please.
That's how it feels to play Apex sometimes. Like, when I was playing Ranked, of course that would happen. When I was playing Ranked, I was like bronze, right? I was like working my way through bronze. Why am I encountering teams that are harder than any team I've ever fought ever in my life? Like, these teams are just sniping me from a mile away. They're dumping a mag from a mile away and just not missing a single bullet. It's a fucking machine gun. How does he not miss one shot? Isn't that kind of impossible?
Seriously.
What do you call that?
Some bullshit.
Fucking bronze, man. Please, I'm just trying to play.
Yeah. Whoa, someone used AI to generate Metroid if it was in like the 1950s?
How does it look?
Incredible. It's it's so cool. I can't even. Oh my god, I don't even know how I'll share this with you guys. Gaming. Maybe I could find the version online because I'm sure it's just stolen from somewhere online. I found the version on TikTok. I like want to find the original.
Mario. Okie dokie.
It's so cool. I mean, AI is. Oh, it's just wild.
Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Can you hear me, by the way? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
just
hear you
wanted to
fine.
make sure. Okay, yeah, I found a clip from TikTok.
They should just AI generate a new Metroid
I
game.
know. I wonder how AI is impacting game development. They have to be using it for some things, like create procedurally generated, or like environments or backgrounds or things, so that you don't have to have artists do it. I wonder. I really do wonder.
Yeah, if there's like a really like menial task that requires a lot of hours and you don't necessarily need to really have a brain to
Right.
do it, it just takes a lot of time.
Me,
You just probably have AI do it
Yeah.
for you.
No brain, but
I'm against AI making art, obviously, but if it's like some mundane task like sorting all of these things, it'd be cool to have AI
yeah,
do it.
or writing like
Toadstool.
a letter of recommendation for like a babysitter or something who's trying to get a new job.
Yeah.
Then by all means cut corners.
Right. You can also have AI generate new Boeing planes.
Oh my god. The struggle is real. Ugh. Can't we just make airplanes that are not gonna fall apart? That would be great.
No. Best I could do is make them gay.
Well, that'd be fun.
We're removing language from our safety commission because it might have offensive language or non-inclusive language. It's really important that we fix that.
Yes.
Well, it seems we both got autism, haven't we?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good to know.
Well, that's good to know.
That show is so. I was looking at clips.
Is it exploitative?
Yes.
Are they being
100%. But I was looking at the commentary, just comments and stuff on YouTube, and people were like, "This is the most wholesome show, surprisingly, of every dating relationship show." And I was watching it, like clips of it, and oh my god, it's so true. Those people just want to find love, and are just like matched up.
Yeah, they're not toxic people. They don't know how to be
Right,
toxic.
right, exactly.
Or
Right,
mean.
they don't. They're just like kind of strangely straightforward, but like the other person is usually like okay with that. And yeah, it's just very sweet actually. Ugh, god.
Yeah, it turns out people with a higher function just use it to fuck people
Right.
over and ruin everyone's
Right.
day on
Yeah.
purpose.
It's when you remove all of that societal bullshit, whatever it is. You act
Yeah.
right.
Ego.
Ego. Really, people's own insane issues that they're projecting on the other person. You really just get very wholesome moments. But there's this like one guy, and he's actually like, if he I mean, this is gonna sound pretty bad, but like, if he didn't have autism or some sort of issues, if you looked at him, you wouldn't think that he had anything. I know that's like kind of crazy to say or mean, but it's just the reality of it.
Nah.
It's someone who doesn't look like they have anything wrong.
Yeah, he just looks like a normal
Right,
guy.
and so many, you know, so much like stigma comes from first impression. If you see someone and you know, like, you can just tell something's wrong with them, that like, you know, that there's already like all the strikes against them. But anyway, this guy like looks like a normal dude, but
Yeah.
he's like really, really anxious and stuff, and he, you know, he's autistic, and you know, his mother was just saying how sad it is for her because she just wants him to be happy, and it was so sweet. And then he wound up, I think he was like dating someone, and was just like so nervous about everything, and like,
That's wholesome.
yeah, and then like the girl he was dating was just like, it's okay, you don't have to be so nervous. And he's like, okay. Like really nervously, he's like, okay.
She just instantly saw his nervousness and accepted
Right,
him without
right,
judgment.
and it was so sweet. Oh my god, I was like, this is very nice.
What happens to, you know, your average couple on a date, and maybe the woman finds the man, you know, uncomfortable, or someone's nervous? It's a turn off. Everyone's just like, oh, get the fuck away from me.
Exactly. And or maybe in another equally bad situation or scenario, they have pity for the person. Pity is also not good.
Oh yeah.
Pity is bad. Like feeling bad for that other person. That's fucked up.
Just feeling sorry
Right.
for them. That's
Right.
terrible. You'll always be lesser in
Yes.
their eyes.
Yes.
They'll always see you as a lesser
Right.
person.
Right. Joel texted me yesterday, and Jerry and Haley and Max as well. Aaron's father, I guess, died.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I felt really. Yeah,
Sorry.
I felt really bad too. Like, his father was
You
Aaron,
said Aaron,
yeah.
right?
I will send him a note at some point, but yeah, his father was really nice, and I don't know like any of what the context is, but it's just too bad.
Yeah.
Because I
that's
helped
sad.
Aaron move, maybe like 2 years ago now. I think that was something like that. It was post-COVID, I think. And they were like super grateful for the help. It was just like, Aaron needed a lot of help. His parents were like, "Thank you so much." And then I saw his father at Joel's wedding and chatted with him there too. He's like a very nice guy.
Oh, it's a big
Yeah.
shame.
Yeah, so I was gonna send him a note. But I haven't seen him in a while. I haven't seen Jerry or Haley or Max in a long time too, but I think I'll.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I think I'll. They didn't go to Alan's thing. I kind of didn't think they would, but I was hoping.
It would have been nice to see him. I felt like a lot of people were missing.
I
there.
know. He said he expected like 17 people. That is shitty of people to bail at the last minute. Although they didn't bail at the last minute. They like said they were occupied like as of that Thursday before. So it wasn't like the day of, but yeah, he said he was expecting like 17 people, and there was only just a small group of us, really.
Right.
But that's fine too.
Yeah, I don't like people saying they're gonna go, but then they definitely have shit that they planned.
Right. Yeah, I would never do that ever. Plus, I ain't got nothing going on, so if I say I'm doing something, I am doing it.
It really highlights how great a friend like Dan and Zerly
Totally.
are. Because It's like they're willing to come from so far away. Even if they even had plans in the evening,
Right.
they could have just been like, "Oh well, we have stuff going on today, that day. It's gonna be really awkward for. We're gonna have to go all the way there and then immediately come back." They only spent like 3-4 hours with
Yeah.
us, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't that long.
Yeah, but they came anyway.
They did, yeah. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, they're always very nice. Oh yeah, no Jason.
No Jason either, yeah. He gave an interesting excuse, but I have a feeling he just doesn't want to be out with
Yeah,
people.
being all jovial, I guess.
He just wants to play Magic all day.
Right. He must be really good at Magic.
Yeah, I think he is.
It's been such a long time with Magic. I remember when the cards first came out, and a friend of mine, I don't think he had like the alpha or beta sets, but like, you know, they were around in like the mid 90s, and they were so like edgy and cool, and I loved like, they were very like adult, you know, the artwork was like really
Yeah.
like
The art was very mature.
Yeah.
Cool.
And my friend was like way ahead of his years with like what he was exposed to and what he knew about. And so he would like teach me stuff. And, you know, he was like so edgy, and I was like, you know, young and impressionable. He was only like a year older, but like way too exposed to everything. And, you know, for me, it was like cool.
Yeah.
So
I still remember a favorite card that I had when I was a kid, and I would like look through Sal's deck. It's a creature called a Visordrix.
Visordrix.
And it's a Visordrix. It's a giant rabbit, but it's like a grotesque mutated rabbit. It's like muscular, and it has like huge jaws, and it's like pretty powerful creature. I always remember that card after all this time.
Oh, I see it. Oh yeah.
It looks so cool. I love the art for it.
The art is so cool in those early Magic games. I loved like the I loved so many of them. I liked the green cards, like the forest ones, because they were all like
Forest
they were all
type.
like nymphs and woodland creatures and
Forest creatures. Yeah, so cool.
the
Elves.
the red set,
There's mountain, forest, water, poison.
like black,
right?
like skull. Yeah.
Black, yeah.
I thought the red was all like goblins and forges and fire and stuff. Black
Right.
is like skulls, skeletons, like necromancers.
It's all like undead, like more horror themed.
Water
ones.
is the blue is the ocean and that sort of thing. Tan is like castle and kind of like artifact stuff.
Artifact, yeah.
And I thought like the lands were cool. I mean, there were so many things that it scratched that itch in my brain, because it's kind of fantasy. It's like high fantasy stuff mixed with, I don't know, kind of just
Dungeons and Dragons-esque creatures.
Yeah. I'm very nostalgic for. There were card shops back in the day, and we'd go and like pick out some Magic cards and buy them.
Oh yeah. There's a convenience store that's still there. It's called Toys and Variety on Steinway. It's on the corner of Stein. It's like opposite the Duane Reade.
Okay, yeah.
On 30th Avenue. There's a store with a blue awning that says Toys and Variety. It's still there. That's where Sal and I used to go. Sal would take me on the way to our friend's house. Sal would take me in there, and he would buy a booster pack, and he would just like hope for, you know, like a good card.
That's cool.
There never was. This must have been the early 2000s.
Right. I went through all of my Magic cards because I still have like a big binder filled with them, and there's only a couple that are like anything of value because they're just. I have like one early card. It's like the Arabian Nights expansion. I think it was like after the Alpha series. Then there was Beta, and then there was like first version or whatever. And this is an expansion of that. So it's like early '90s, I guess, but. I just like the cards because they were, loved the artwork and that sort of thing. My brother actually played more Magic cards. I think he fucked up some of my shit. Like he misplaced them or was trying to build decks from cards that. Because I just collected the cards for looking at them. I didn't care about.
Yeah, you didn't play the game.
Exactly. I did play the Pokemon trading card game, like not just the video game based on it. I did actually play with decks. I had a deck, and it was so fun. I also created by, or well, in partnership with Wizards of the Coast, but Wizards of the Coast lost the license for Pokemon cards in the early 2000s after the like e-reader set, or right before it actually maybe, and then Nintendo took control of publishing the cards.
Wow, I just saved the star so bad. Oh my god.
Let's see.
I was a little too short with that dive. By an inch.
God. I'm watching what's happening.
The last CCM
yeah,
star.
yeah. Cool. But yeah, card shops that didn't care about like the value of every fucking card. They were just like, yeah, pick out ones for 25 cents or whatever the heck. They weren't collectibles necessarily. Like there were obviously like cards that were worth more, but they weren't like.
They weren't collectibles yet.
Right. Whoa, the crazy movement. But you're out of there anyway. Wall kicks will work. They worked so well, you even did a few extra wall kicks.
Wall kicks will do fine.
They won't. Fuck.
That's my favorite synthesis
I
that
know.
we've done.
Wall kicks will work. No, they won't. That's so insane.
I don't know what kind of time loss this is, but... This is probably very significant.
Oh, did you fall down? No.
Imagine I can actually get up here.
I just see the Secret of the Haunted Books is what I just saw. I might be a little further behind. Let me refresh.
Imagine I can kill this Boo without wasting more time. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh. I was very behind. I missed where the major time loss happened.
It was, I just finished BBH.
Yeah. I see that.
But, no, I had a scare in the last star of, Cool Mountain. That's pretty much it. I long jumped into Boo and he hit me and I fell down the roof. Fell off the roof. That was my fault because I had a bad angle.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was behind because I had went to a different browser tab and it I think it lazy loads. Mips, get back here, you little shit.
Again, that was my fault. I did two long jumps, which is not the correct movement. I'm having trouble paying attention.
Yeah, it's really late. At least you're right in front of Shifting Sandman. Yippee! Up the pillars. Oh my god. When that
Is this cultural appropriation to have pyramids in
totally
this game?
the game just chugs with that all that textures or the particle effect flying off the top of that pyramid. Oh my god.
Yeah, it really, really like it basically comes to a
Yeah.
full stop.
It's so weird.
There's like lag reduction that I should be doing there, but gotta look into
Right.
that. Big Bird.
Big bird lady.
Alright, yeah, that MIPS thing did not fuck us over too
Right,
badly.
because you didn't have to go in the opposite direction.
Yes, I'm glad he went
Yeah.
that way.
Lethal larva.
Time to burn my ass.
I'm so glad I'm working from home tomorrow, dear God.
Yeah. Bully the bullies.
Bully the bullshit. I'm not about the bullshit or the drama.
Me neither.
God. People who say that are the most toxic people.
Have you ever played the game Bully, the Rockstar game?
I haven't, but I am familiar. I know what it is.
It was very controversial when it came out. I think it was like in 7th or
Very
8th grade.
controversial. You can kiss the boys in it too, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, now I have to
Yeah.
play it.
Yeah, it was controversial. Like,
You like beat up classmates or like do crazy shit.
yeah,
in the game.
yeah. There is a dating aspect to it, where you do where you can choose who to make it work with. Very funny. Yeah, Rockstar has been very controversial in the past. It seems like, I don't know, they're like skirting the line. They're probably so afraid of controversy, which is weird.
I think it worked well in the 2000s because there was very little to like hold
Yes.
them back. Edgy things were like very popular and
Yeah.
money making, but now edgy things are
Right.
not.
Exactly. It's unpopular to be edgy, controversial.
Right.
I just feel like, I don't know. We need someone to buck the trend. I feel like South Park does a great job of making fun of this sort of insane, like, mainstream culture of basically inverse bullying people. Oh, the booty bump. They do a good job making a satire out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot you start right in the volcano. That's good. There we go.
Third try is a charm, right?
No, it's not. I hope it is. There we go. My sunburn.
Oh wow, even that didn't work? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Holy shit. My sunburn is finally going away. It hurts so bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
my back. Took like 4 days.
Shit. Oh my god, please.
Wall kicks will do fine.
No, they won't.
Wall kicks will work.
No, they won't.
Oh my god.
They should be a musical with that as like the musical
Yeah,
number.
it's cool now.
No, they won't.
Ew. The Nintendo World Store did have a viewing of the Direct. I could have went, but the audience
Really?
looked very cringe. So I'm glad I didn't.
You could have asked them why they're cringe.
Why are you cringe?
Dr. Chibi Aquana. Should I call you Mister?
Oh my god, his fly would be down. I'm so paranoid about that happening at work. I'm constantly checking. And then sometimes I'm like, am I grabbing my crotch too much? Does it look like I'm touching myself? Fingering my clitoris?
I do the same thing at work. I'm like, do they notice I'm edging under my desk?
Edging.
But they probably don't,
No.
right?
No.
That'd be so embarrassing if they caught me.
Oh god. That would be so
Mega
terrible.
cringe.
Well, there's also like the Jeffrey Toobin situation where he looked at porn on a Zoom call at CNN.
I mean, who hasn't done
my
that?
God. That is just and then like proceeded to like jerk off and was still like on camera or something too.
Yeah.
At that point,
What a legend.
I know. How can you even like? That's part of that man's like legacy now. It's like just something that's known. That's so mortifying. I think he's made peace with it. I mean, he's back on their shows or whatever. But damn, that's a hard act to follow. Well, the run continues. Dr. Chibi Aquana has blessed this run.
Yep, indeed. I got the fast cycle, but I kind of scuffed the ending. It's okay, we recovered it.
You were
though.
so fast that those platforms hadn't fully extended.
Right. Yeah, I got hit by the fire in the top level. I didn't intend to.
Super.
It's kind of hard to see during that section. It happens a lot.
Yeah.
Thank God I didn't miss. Holy shit.
Yo, this level is fire.
I golded this level last time I was here, so I'm gonna lose only a few seconds. It's fine. I'm just glad I made the early
Yeah, that was
elevators.
cool.
Like using the booty burn to get to the elevator. So
Yeah, that
cool.
was cool.
Wet, dry cunt.
I have the dry one. Rye oatmeal. Do you ever eat breakfast or no?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
every
wow.
day.
I just have zero appetite in the morning, but then I'm excited for lunch at like 11:30. And then
Yeah, I really try to eat something. Are you kidding me?
coins go crazy. Oh.
A little trouble there.
Good old bug. Yeah, I just don't really have an appetite in the morning. I don't know.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm a chuckster. Wah! God, that guy released another Sunshine video about like Pianta Village. It was so cool. His videos are so good.
Yeah, they are.
There's stuff in that game that like I still never realized. Because I never really bothered talking to any of the characters because you really don't have to, and they're so stupid. They're like, hoo, 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 hoo. And the
Yeah, I
dialogue
know.
is just like,
Little
yeah,
piantas.
their dialogue is so inconsequential, but it's cool how it changes depending on the context of what's changed to the level.
Yeah, it's super
Yeah,
cool. They actually cared.
they cared, indeed. Indeed. I have gotten all the blue coins in that game, all 120 shines. But I
Me
don't
too.
care to repeat it anytime soon.
For real. Scuttlebug.
Scuttlebug. Captain Scuttlebug.
Damn, I really tried to save time here.
Yeah.
Could have been worse, I
Yeah.
guess. Scuttlebug.
Scuttlebug. Tiny huge cock.
Oh my god. Tiny huge cock. Oh my god. Oh
It was a
shit.
good delayed reaction.
Well, that was what they used to call me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Here we go! Let's go!
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm not having fun.
Dang.
Yay, we saved a couple of seconds.
Woohoo.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'm hard as a rock.
Talking to this toad makes everything lag.
Yeah,
I don't know why this area lags.
yeah.
Doesn't seem like there's much here.
I know.
It's so weird.
Let's go! Here we go!
This is so wizard, Annie.
Kitster. That's your famous line from the movie.
You don't even know if this is gonna run.
Let's go!
You sound the same from when you were originally in the movie.
I'm waiting for Disney to tell me I could reprise my
Yeah.
role.
Soon they're gonna do a reboot. It'll be, oh my god, it'll be like just about some character who's like a pod racer. It'll be about Kitster. It will just be like Star Wars Pod Racer on Disney Plus, and it's about like the drama,
I could see that.
the
I can see
drama around someone being a professional pod racer. Oh my god, I can see that. Isn't that terrible? We can see that.
Are we gonna see the return of the Goongas?
Oh, there has to be. There's a Goonga pod racer.
They're gonna race on Malister finally.
Yeah. They won't recognize the delegation from Alistair, though.
Let's go!
That we cannot do.
Okay, almost died. But I didn't. I got the line wrong. I rewatched that scene. It's not Malister that gets denied. When the Queen says that her planet is under attack from the Trade Federation, there's Trade Federation guys there who are like, "This is outrageous!"
Right.
And then Valorum's like, "We do not recognize delegates from the Trade Federation at this
Yes.
time."
But there is a delegation from Malister. They're the three-eyed alien.
They basically they say that they want an investigation to be done to see if what she's saying is
Right.
true. That's basically the
Right.
scene.
And
Nice.
and
Missed
to
the
the
sword grab.
bureaucrats.
Here we go!
That scene is insanely weird and boring.
Let's go!
I'd be getting so good at that Snowhead Snowman Head
Yeah.
Star.
Snowhead Temple Star.
Right, Snowhead Temple.
해고. Here we go.
I move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Loam's leadership.
해고.
He just lumps in his chair
Defeated.
like he just got like a red
It
card.
doesn't. Yeah. It makes no sense. Oh, I mean, it does, but like, who? Why are we supposed to care? Ugh.
Why does he slump in his chair like that? Was that really such a devastating thing
Right.
to say?
Was,
해고.
Were they already wanting to get rid of
was he
him?
like, oh, this was my only job as a politician to like support my family, and now it's taken away. What are we gonna do? It gave that energy. It gave like lame town mayor who was like completely defeated energy.
Yeah, I don't really know what they were going for
Yeah.
there.
It's just like another character to keep track of who like does nothing. Oh god, and then isn't there I think somebody said to us that there's like a whole backstory about Valorum. I was like, I can't handle that. I don't if it's not in the movie it doesn't exist. Oh that was a
It's not in the archive, it doesn't
Right.
exist.
that was a good gold split anyway.
Oh my god, I keep doing the wrong movement for MIPS. I'm such a fuck.
Mip. No Mip, no.
So I think PB's dead.
Maybe there will be a huge time save soon.
Maybe.
In the last two gauntlet levels.
Well, I know TikTok clock can be so much faster.
Yeah.
해고.
But is it realistic?
TBD. TBDB.
TBD. CBT.
My favorite.
Cock and ball torture.
해고.
The cornerstone of Western civilization.
Definitely that.
A vote of no confidence.
Vote.
해고.
Also, they elect a new chancellor so fast.
I know. No opposition or anything.
Oh fuck yes, hard. I'm hard as a rock.
Oh, thank God. Mm-mm.
He's been our strongest supporter.
Why does he talk that way?
I think we should move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum. He's being our strongest
I will
supporter.
not have my people's future dictated by a committee. The fate of my people dictated by a committee. She speaks like an Indian person and has a dot on her cheeks, I guess like a bindi. And then the next queen of the
Very
And then
questionable.
the next queen of the Naboo is just a full-on Indian woman. What the fuck?
Did they whitewash this role?
I think so.
해고.
she stole it from an Indian person.
When are we going to talk about the number of times a Jewish actor has replaced perfectly capable actor of color?
Oh my god. Has that happened? Does that happen? I don't even know.
He's been our strongest supporter. Oh, I did that again, man. I did it again. Oops.
Oops, I.
Go.
Yeah, I can't even think of a Jewish actor off the top of my head, but remember when they took that role from Denzel Washington?
What?
I'm making a joke that, like, how would that even make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yay, Rainbow Ride! Woohoo, let's go.
Let's go. That one up on, like, the very tip of the ship. Have you ever seen that? I don't know what that part of the ship is called. Thing that sticks out in the front.
The bow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Lakitu.
You have to do the walk of faith all the way out there to get that one up. Oh my god, Lakitu tried to take your wig off.
You fucked my shit up, man. What is your
I
problem? Get away from me. What the fuck?
He tried to pull your wig off.
He tried to snatch
But
my wig.
fortunately, you had another wig on underneath. A multi-wig reveal.
Tricky quadrilaterals.
Indeed.
Tricky parallelograms. Yeah, Mario, just climb back up, man. Don't get into the opening of the level, which is like 2 inches wide. Why did they do that?
Quirky quadrilaterals. Tricky, that's a great name.
Nice
Nice.
name.
What a dick.
For real. He's acting like Fox is the most normal name
Yeah.
ever. General Pepper? Are you serious?
Oh my god. The menu in that game is so ridiculous. Every time you go to like General Pepper, it's like,
General
Hello,
Pepper
hello.
here.
oh god. The menu is so lame.
It's so lame. The floating
yeah,
heads.
the floating heads. Remember how Crystal is just a floating head in that one scene? What the fuck
Oh,
is
yeah.
that shit?
That's great.
What the fuck even is that? Oh, TikTok clock.
Why are you climbing that? Oh my god. I have so many questions.
So many. He's been our strongest supporter. Mario just wanted to do some pole dancing.
Alright, unfortunate.
Would you say it's an unfortunate part of our history, honestly?
Honestly.
Honestly, I wanna see you be lame. Fuck those shitty songs.
Please.
Oh, you're still on. Look at that. Still in it.
Or not.
Hego.
No.
Alright, it's time to go to bed.
Yeah. Well, it was a good effort anyway.
Oh yeah,
Oh my god.
an effort was made.
Indeed. Oh god.
To be honest, I wasn't really sliding back too
Yeah.
much. I was kind of keeping time
Yeah.
for a while. It's just that I wasn't able to save time, but I was at least
Yeah.
keeping up and not getting further behind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely.
Alright.